Chapter 2731. Weeping Soul Beast. Soon, Yi Xian and Li Mosquito passed through a layer of gray-black atmosphere and entered the interior of Black Mountain Star. What appeared before them was a world with a black color. Whether it was the sea or the land, everything was black. Even the plants on this star were basically the same. Yi Xian immediately understood the origin of this star's name, Black Mountain Star, because at a glance, all he could see were continuous black mountains. The entire Black Mountain Star's land was basically not too vast and flat. In addition, everything on Black Mountain Star was not much different from the planets inhabited by the human race. There were also many cities, and the buildings and roads in the cities were similar. In addition, the demon dwellers that could be seen were completely no different from humans. Even their clothing was not much different. If it wasn't for the strong and strange aura emitting from the black-themed environment, Yi Xian would have suspected that he'd returned to the third universe and entered an administrative planet of the human race. The entire Black Mountain Star was extremely vast, but because most of the areas were undulating mountains, it was not suitable to build a city as a place to live. Therefore, there were not many cities on Black Mountain Star, only a dozen or so. However, there were only 300,000 to 400,000 demon dwellers on the entire Black Mountain Star. A dozen or so cities were obviously enough to accommodate them. Moreover, it seemed a little cold and cheerless. Yi Xian and Li Mosquito chose to go to Black Mountain City, which was located in the center of the continent. Black Mountain City was not only the largest among the dozen or so demon dweller cities, but also the largest area. It was the main city of Black Mountain Star. The leader of the Black Mosquito tribe, Xianxia, and the more than 10,000 demon dweller scouts under his command, who were equivalent to human soldiers, were all in Black Mountain City. Yi Xian obtained this information through his personal star communication system from the star network of Black Mountain Star. With the level of that immortal rank cosmic super brain fragment, there was no way the other party could detect him invading this kind of cosmic network that used a low-level black sky super brain as its intelligence center. At this moment, while Li Mosquito was flying to Black Mountain City, Yi Xian once again issued a conditional search command to the communication system. This time, he wanted to know the details of the trial quota for the Black Mountain planet Saint. Less than half a minute after the command was given, the search of the communication system was completed. A large amount of data poured into Yi Xian's mind, allowing him to learn all the details in an instant. The trial period for the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son was 3 months and 10 days, which was exactly 100 days later. However, since it would take some time to get to the Central Territory's Demon Emperor planet, the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest, Wuxia, had set a deadline of 3 months for the 10 Demon Emperor planets. Within 3 months, the 10 Demon Emperor planets had to send their chosen trial takers to the Black Mosquito planet. Being late means forfeiting. The final candidate who would represent the Black Mountain planet to the Black Mosquito tribe and then rush to the Demon Emperor planet to participate in the Holy Sun trial would be determined in 30 days. However, the intense competition for this trial spot had already begun a month ago. Moreover, according to the data obtained by the communication system, a month ago, the number of devil cultivator rankers that entered the Weeping Soul Cave in a grandiose manner to compete for a spot was actually over 10,000. The Weeping Soul Cave was a vast natural cave that was thousands of meters below the surface of the Black Mountain planet. Its size was impossible to determine, and its entrance was located in the northern wilderness region of the Black Mountain planet continent. The reason why the Black Mountain planet had set this place as the place to compete for the trial quota was because there were a large number of Weeping Soul beasts wandering in this vast cave. Weeping Soul beasts did not have flesh and blood, but were incorporeal creatures similar to spirits. This kind of existence could only be captured with spiritual power. A month later, among all the competitors who entered the Weeping Soul Cave, the person who captured the most Weeping Soul beasts would be the holder of the trial quota for the Black Mountain planet's Holy Sun trial. There was a reason why the Black Mountain planet's leader, Xianxia, chose to use the method of capturing Weeping Soul beasts to determine the final trial participant. In order to successfully pass the trial and become the holy son of the Demon Emperor tribe, one of the prerequisites was to have a certain level of spiritual power talent. Otherwise, it would be useless even if one went to the Demon Emperor planet and was destined to fail. We seem to be late. I don't know if we can still enter the Weeping Soul Cave. After browsing all the information, Yi Xian suddenly shook his head and smiled bitterly. His feet suddenly sped up, and soon landed in the Black Mountain City with Li Mosquito. They immediately rushed to the Black Mountain City's administrative center. Entering the Weeping Soul Cave was simple. The entrance to the cave was in the northern wastelands of the continent, and anyone could go there. However, if one wanted to participate in the trial quota competition this time, one must first register at the Black Mountain City's administrative center, and at the same time, obtain a space magic treasure used to store weeping soul beasts. This kind of space magic treasure was all made in a rush. After the applicant refined it, he could only stuff weeping soul beasts in it, but he could not take them out from it. In this way, there was no need to worry about the competitors in the cave using the method of killing and robbing to accumulate a large number of weeping soul beasts, because it was useless to rob them. In the end, it was impossible to bring a lot of space magic treasures to hand in the task, right? Feeling a little nervous, Yi Xian quickly entered the Black Mountain City's administrative center with Li Mosquito. After finding the processing window and asking, his heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled down completely. Although he was late by a month, if he wanted to participate in the trial quota competition, not to mention now, he could even register one day before the deadline. If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you to register me. Although I'm a little late, at least there's still a month's time. With a faint smile, Yi Xian immediately requested to register. At the same time, he casually gave himself a name. Oh, right, I'm Zhang Wuji. The demon race did not have a household registration system like the 10,000 Luo Federation citizenship, because they did not need to use such a thing to determine their identity. To prevent spies from sneaking in, the demon race's unique mental power was the best distinguishing feature. The staff at the Black Mountain City's administrative center quickly completed the necessary registration procedures. In fact, it was just a simple form to register. Then, he raised his hand and took out a palm-sized pagoda-shaped magic treasure from a small cabinet, and motioned for Yi Xian to leave a mental imprint on it. This was obviously one of the methods to prevent people from cheating. Yi Xian immediately activated the mental power source core in his sea of knowledge, shooting out a mental imprint and branding it on the pagoda-shaped space magic treasure. Then, the magic treasure was handed over to Yi Xian to use. With this pagoda-shaped magic treasure in hand, he had the qualifications to enter the Weeping Soul Cave to participate in the trial qualification competition. Considering that he was a whole month late compared to the other demon powerhouses, Yi Xian did not dare to delay any longer. He immediately left Black Mountain City with Li Mosquito and went straight to the northern wastelands of the Black Mountain Star Continent. Chapter 2732. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A pleasant surprise. Yi Xian and the Black Mosquito Master and Servant only used less than 2 hours to enter the northern wastelands and rushed to the entrance of the Crying Soul Cave that led to the vast underground world. The entrance was located between two giant peaks in the northern wilderness. It was actually just a huge abyss with a radius of a few kilometers. It was pitch black down there and nothing could be seen. No one knew how deep it was. The demon race's holy sun did not have any cultivation realm restrictions. Even the supreme beings of the black hole realm could participate in the holy sun trial. Therefore, among the more than 10,000 demon race experts in the cave below them, there were bound to be quite a few of them with profound cultivation realms. Even if there were no black hole realm experts, there were definitely many planet realm and even star realm experts. Therefore, Yi Xian did not intend to enter alone and decided to let Li Mosquito accompany him. It was not that he was not confident in his strength, but the key was that he was determined to obtain the right to enter the Black Mountain planet. Therefore, he could not reveal his identity. In this way, when he encountered danger, many of his methods could not be used at all and would be restricted. He could only bring Li Mosquito with him. At this moment, as the two of them rapidly descended, their vision became darker and darker. When they reached a depth of about 300 meters, their surroundings were pitch black and they could not even see their own fingers. Fortunately, they could still use their spiritual power to replace their eyes to identify the way. After a short while, Yi Xian and Li Mosquito, who had descended about 1,300 meters, finally reached the bottom of the abyss. The entrance to the Weeping Soul Cave was located on the wall of the abyss right in front of them. It was a cave with a diameter of about 1,000 meters. It was also pitch black inside and there seemed to be some faint, sharp and strange cries faintly coming from it. Yi Xian immediately rushed into the cave and moved forward quickly. The deeper they went, the wider the space became. In the end, they could not even see the walls of the cave on both sides. It was as if they were in a vast underground city. At the same time, the sharp cries that could only be faintly heard before became clearer and clearer as Yi Xian and Li Wuyo went deeper into the cave. They were densely packed and continuously transmitted over from all directions. These cries are from those weeping soul beasts, right? Judging from the commotion, there are indeed a lot of them. Yi Xian randomly chose a direction and continued to move forward. He turned to look at Li Mosquito and asked, "Have you ever come into contact with this kind of thing before?" "I've never even heard of it, let alone come into contact with it." After casually replying, Li Mosquito seemed to feel that something was wrong and immediately explained, "Although we are all in the same demon domain, all the high-level demon beasts in the demon beast star that have developed intelligence cannot have any contact with the demon beasts. This is because in the eyes of the demon beasts, all the demon beasts in the demon beast star are just prey to be hunted. In fact, this is indeed what they do. After so many years of accumulated hatred, it has reached an irreconcilable point." Screech. Before Li Mosquito could finish speaking, an extremely sharp howl suddenly sounded out without any warning. Moreover, the distance was very close, only a few thousand meters, to the right and front. Yi Xian and Li Mosquito immediately looked towards the direction of the sound. Although the surroundings were still pitch black, because they had gradually adapted, even with the naked eye, they could already vaguely see things. Coupled with the assistance of the spiritual energy identification, at this moment, the weeping soul beast that was pouncing towards them at an extremely fast speed from a few thousand meters away was instantly seen clearly by Yi Xian and Li Mosquito. This weeping soul beast was indeed not a life form of flesh and blood. Its entire body was completely translucent, like a ghost. At this moment, it was moving at an extremely fast speed with a violent howl. It was completely floating in the air, extremely strange. However, in terms of appearance, this beast was 90% similar to an ordinary monkey. The only difference was that it had a black horn that was about half a foot long on its head. Its eyes were completely red, and they were bursting with a bloody light that was filled with a murderous intent. It seems that its temper is a bit violent. It didn't even have a single word of disagreement. It directly pounced on us from a few thousand meters away. Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders, and as he spoke, his figure flashed and moved forward. The spirit source core in his sea of consciousness also began to rapidly rotate, releasing a powerful spirit source core that was like a large net that quickly flew out. Screech! In the next moment, the weeping soul beast that was flying over at an extremely fast speed once again let out a shrill howl that resounded endlessly. Its body had already been completely wrapped up by the invisible net that was falling down from above. As it screamed, it continued to struggle, but to no avail. Ding! Discovered a spirit source that can be absorbed. Do you wish to absorb it immediately? When Yi Xian activated his spirit source core and quickly pulled the trapped weeping soul beast in front of him, preparing to study it for a while before directly storing it into the pagoda-shaped spatial magic treasure. At this moment, the notification of the devouring system suddenly sounded in his mind without any warning. Yi Xian was caught off guard and was stunned. This fierce monkey with a long horn on its head actually had a spirit source like the brain of a demon? As this thought rapidly flashed through his mind, Yi Xian, who was stunned for a moment, was immediately overjoyed. Could it be that a meat pie had fallen from the sky? How could he actually encounter such a thing? Before this, among all the cultivation resources that Yi Xian had come into contact with, only the brain of a demon contained a spirit source. Even the demonic black crystal, which was used by demons to increase the level of their spirit source, did not contain a spirit source. Instead, it was a special kind of energy that stimulated a demon's spirit source core, causing it to vibrate and increase, thereby achieving the effect of accelerating the growth of spirit source core. To put it bluntly, it was actually a kind of stimulant for spirit source core. In addition to the demonic black crystal, Yi Xian had also tested the massive amount of resources that he had obtained from the third story of the Black Mosquito ship. All kinds of rare and strange resources and minerals were thrown to the devouring system, but in the end, the system did not respond at all. This result almost made him give up hope. He thought that the only way to obtain a spirit source was to hunt demons and cut open their brains to obtain their cores. He did not expect that he would unintentionally make a new discovery today. After all, the brain of a demon was not a resource that could be obtained as much as one wanted. It was simply unrealistic to hunt a large number of them over a long period of time. However, this weeping soul beast was different. Not only could it be hunted wantonly, the key was that there was a large number of them. The entire weeping soul cave was filled with these beasts, numbering in the hundreds of millions. Even the population of the entire demon race was less than a fraction of these beasts. In the future, as the level of Yi Xian's spirit source continued to increase, the amount of spirit source he would need would also increase. It was precisely because of this that when the search for a replacement for the brain of a demon ended in failure, this had become a hidden worry in his heart. Now, with the appearance of the weeping soul beast, there was finally hope for a complete solution to this problem. This made him extremely excited. With this kind of excitement, Yi Xian immediately ordered the devouring system, absorb at full force immediately. Screech. Chapter 2733. Little Black Horn, Screech. Screech, the weeping soul beast that had been enveloped by Yi Xian's spiritual energy continued to shriek in a shrill voice. At the same time, the incomparably familiar energy in Yi Xian's mind continued to flow into the spiritual origin core that was suspended in the air above his consciousness. Previously, Yi Xian had extracted the spiritual origin from the system by dissecting a large number of demon-kin brains. Because the amount of spiritual origin that entered his mind in such a short period of time was too great, the impact on his consciousness was too great. As a result, the process was extremely painful. But now, even though the spiritual origin aura from the illusory body of the weeping soul beast was exactly the same and equally pure, it was slowly trickling into Yi Xian's consciousness. Not only was there no pain, there was even a warm and comfortable feeling, as if his consciousness was enjoying some sort of meticulous nourishment. The former was a large and broad knife that had immediate effects. It was like a great tonic that had strong medicinal effects, but it couldn't be used for long periods of time. Otherwise, it would leave behind some undesirable side effects. The latter, on the other hand, was warm and gentle, like a bowl of light millet after a serious illness. Even though it didn't cure hunger, it could use a small fire to slowly nourish one's consciousness, soothing away some of the minor side effects and nipping them in the bud. After realizing this, Yi Xian immediately made a decision. He had to capture a few more weeping soul beasts for future use. In the future, these two methods of absorbing spiritual origin could be used together. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, several minutes had passed. At this time, the weeping soul beast that had been enveloped by Yi Xian's spiritual energy had completely disappeared. All that was left was a small black horn the size of a thumb, still wrapped in Yi Xian's spiritual energy and suspended in the air. The beast's body was originally a form of energy. After it was absorbed by Yi Xian, it was impossible for any flesh or blood to be left behind. What was strange was that the half-a-foot-long black horn on its head was clearly an illusory energy state, but the small black horn that remained was clearly a miniature version of the half-a-foot-long horn on the weeping soul beast's head. Furthermore, it had actually transformed from an illusory energy state into a physical object. Yi Xian immediately activated his psychic power and took the small black horn into his hand. He felt its weight in his hand. Its weight and density were clearly not light, but he could not tell what material it was made of. It was neither gold nor stone, nor bone nor keratin. It was very strange. Although Yi Xian did not understand the purpose of this little black horn, or even how it was formed, he had an intuition that this thing would definitely be of use to him in the future. After a moment of hesitation, he threw the little horn into his undying world. Then, he and Li Mosquito continued to search for other weeping soul beasts. Along the way, Yi Xian suddenly thought of a problem. Although this weeping soul beast was a good thing, it had only taken him 4 to 5 minutes to collect one. Furthermore, in the first minute or so, this beast had been howling mournfully continuously. Its movements could not be said to be small. Considering these circumstances, if Yi Xian wanted to catch a bento to collect in this weeping soul cave, it was obviously not a good time to show himself. Time was too short, and he would not be able to collect much in a month. That was fine, but more importantly, it was very likely that it would attract quite a bit of trouble. After all, there were quite a number of demon experts in this weeping soul cave, more than 10,000 of them. If someone heard the weeping soul beasts howl and rushed over, Yi Xian could directly use his psychic power to envelop this strange beast and absorb its body as his psychic source. The secret would be exposed on the spot, and the news would spread very quickly. If that was the case, it seemed that he could only try his best to catch a few and bring them out of this place, leaving them for future collection. However, he did not know if this strange beast could be stored in a spatial treasure or the undying world within his body. If not, wouldn't he have to stuff it into the small tower-shaped treasure specially made by Black Mountain Star? The key was that once it was stuffed in, it could not be taken out. Yi Xian did not have the authority to do so. Thinking of this, he immediately felt a little apprehensive. He could not wait to catch a weeping soul beast and test it out before he was satisfied. However, although the mournful howls of the weeping soul beast could be heard from afar, Yi Xian and Li Mosquito could only hear the howls and not see them. This made him very depressed. Fortunately, a mere 10 minutes later, another weeping soul beast appeared not far from the right side. Yi Xian's spirit was aroused. This time, there was no need for the other party to take the initiative. He impatiently went up to them and quickly caught them. First, he tried to throw it into the undying world within his body, but the result was a failure. He could not store it. The weeping soul beast's existence was very unique, so it was impossible to determine its level of strength. However, since it could not be stored in the undying world, it should be at least a little bit stronger than Yi Xian's star core realm. The reason why it was so easy to capture it was probably because his mental power was coincidentally the bane of this beast. However, although this beast could not be stored in the body directly, it was still possible to store it in the space fortress and then store it in the undying world. However, the size of the black wind and the black mosquito were simply too large, so it was obvious that they couldn't be placed in this crypt. Although Yi Xian had already refined it into a magic treasure, it was indirectly done through refining the superbrain. Therefore, he was unable to control the shape and size of the two space fortresses. He could only give up on this idea. Following that, Yi Xian took out a large number of spatial treasures from the undying world within his body. They were all different shapes and sizes. There were normal small spatial boxes, wine cups, treasure gourds, and so on. Some were made by the humans of the third universe, while others were made by the demons. Unfortunately, even after he tried all of these strange and bizarre space magic treasures, the result was still the same. Not a single one of them was able to store the weeping soul beast he had just captured. Damn! What's going on? Didn't that little black horn just now go in? And it was directly stored in the undying world. They both have the same origin. Isn't the difference a little too big? Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He muttered a few words to himself, but in the end, he could only store the second weeping soul beast to see if the little black horn would appear. After all, to analyze the cause, he had to at least confirm the basic situation. 4 minutes later, the second weeping soul beast disappeared completely as expected. All that was left was a little black horn. It was still the size of a thumb, slightly curved, and had a rough texture on its surface. Looks like little black horns are common. I wonder if this one can be stored in the undying world. If it can't, then it means that I'm unlucky to have encountered a strange creature when I caught the second weeping soul beast. But if it can be stored in the undying world like the previous one, at this point, Yi Xian's expression turned strange. Then this is really strange. You can't store it when it's alive, but when it's dead, the undying world is not a coffin. This is simply a scam. Chapter 2734. Level 4 Source Core. Yi Xian muttered a few words with a strange expression on his face. He ignored Li Mosquito, who had been watching him torment himself the whole time, and was now giggling with amusement. Then, he tried again. In the end, he was completely at a loss. With a thought, the second horn in his hand disappeared into his undying world. This is really an eye-opener. I didn't expect such a strange thing to exist in this world. There was no doubt about the result. There was no need to try again. This strange thing was born like this. When it was alive, it couldn't be put into a spatial treasure. But when it died, it left behind a small black object. It could. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly as if he had accepted his fate. The world was so big, and there were all sorts of strange things. Since there was a final result, the next problem was the most troublesome one. Since the undying world and all the spatial magic treasures couldn't be stored inside, then, could it be that he really had to stuff them into the little pagoda given out by the Black Mountain Star government? What was the difference between this and hitting a dog with meat buns? Something's not right. While he was at a loss, Yi Xian suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He immediately exclaimed in surprise, among the space treasures that I tried just now, many of them were refined by the demon race, but none of them could be stored. Since that's the case, how can this small tower be stored inside? The more Yi Xian thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was strange. In the next instant, the pagoda-shaped magic treasure was brought into his hand. After carefully fiddling with it, Yi Xian still couldn't see anything strange about it. He couldn't even determine what material it was made of. He immediately put the object back into his body and threw it to the Devour system for identification. At the same time, he ordered the Devour system to search for information about the Weeping Soul Beast and the pagoda-shaped space magic treasure in the Black Mountain Star's internal space network. Then, Yi Xian fell into deep thought again. Although this kind of small pagoda-shaped space magic treasure was a special item, it was obviously not a precious treasure. Otherwise, it would be impossible to throw out more than 10,000 of them so casually. The reason why it was able to subdue the Weeping Soul Beast was clearly due to the special material used to refine the tower. Here comes the problem. Among the spatial artifacts that Yi Xian had tested before, there were more than 20 different materials. One must know that it wasn't easy to refine a spatial artifact with just any random material. The various treasures he had collected could be considered as an ocean of treasures. There were treasures from both the human race and the demon race. Even so, all the spatial treasures added together only had over 20 different materials. This was enough to show how rare the materials used to refine spatial magic treasures were. Under such circumstances, to find a material that could successfully refine a spatial magic treasure and also contain the Weeping Soul Beast, and it had to be a material that wasn't too expensive and had to be in sufficient quantity. With such harsh conditions, the difficulty could be imagined. What was strange was that no matter how difficult this matter was, it had already become a reality. In this Weeping Soul cave alone, there were over 10,000 finished products. It was hard to say how much stock the Black Mountain Star Government Center had left. Was there a need to go through so much trouble just to select a demon dweller to participate in the trial of the Black Mosquito Tribe Saint? While he was analyzing, the results of the Devouring system's appraisal finally came out. Ding! Appraisal complete. Appraisal type, Spatial Magic Treasure. Grade, Normal. State, Level 4 Spiritual Restriction Seal. Material, Unknown. Immediately after, the results of the communication system's search came back in time. Yi Xian checked the results and immediately frowned. There was no information about this pagoda-shaped spatial magic treasure in the Black Mountain Star's Starry Sky network. Although there were a few pieces of information about the Weeping Soul Beast, they were all vague and ambiguous. There was a faint hint of pretense and deliberate concealment. Sure enough, there's a problem, Yi Xian immediately sneered. Even the Devouring system couldn't identify the material. How could the small Black Mountain Star coincidentally find such a material that meets all the requirements? If I'm not mistaken, the real purpose is to capture the Weeping Soul Beast. Using this to determine the qualification for the trial of the Black Mountain Star Saint is just an excuse. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. That is to say, in a month's time, when the competition for the qualifications for the trial ends, Planet Black Mountain's big head, Tatar, and the guy hiding behind him will definitely use other excuses to distribute this kind of small spatial pagoda. The Weeping Star Beast has been targeted by someone. This is clearly the rhythm of hunting it all. After realizing this, Yi Xian immediately lost his composure. He originally planned to wait until the matter with the Demon Emperor planet was over before coming to Black Mountain Star to hunt for the Weeping Soul Beast. However, judging from the current situation, there was a high chance that this place would be completely looted before he could return. In short, if he missed this opportunity, there would not be another one. Yi Xian only had one chance to capture the Weeping Soul Beast, and he had 1 month's time. F***ck, this result gave Yi Xian a headache. He raised his hand and rubbed his forehead. In the end, he took out the spatial pagoda again. Since he could not stop this, nor could he change it, the only choice was to take advantage of this 1 month's time to capture as many Weeping Soul Beasts as possible. Therefore, he had to find a way to break the so-called Level 4 Spirit Restriction Seal of the Spatial Pagoda in his hand no matter what. Otherwise, it would be a waste of effort. While playing with the Spatial Pagoda in his hand, Yi Xian quickly fell into deep thought. The lack of authority of this pagoda was obviously because it was sealed by the so-called Level 4 Spirit Restriction. The so-called Spirit Restriction should be a restriction set up with spiritual power, just like how human experts use their divine sense to carve array talismans to form various restrictions. But what the hell was this Level 4? Could it be, as he thought about this, Yi Xian's mind lit up. He suddenly understood a little. Ever since the mind source core in his brain had been successfully condensed, it seemed to have leveled up twice. This sort of leveling up could be considered a type of metamorphosis. If the initial state of the mind source core was level 1, then after 2 metamorphoses, Yi Xian's mind source core should be level 3. Could the so-called Level 4 Spirit Restriction be a restriction created by someone whose mind source core had undergone 3 metamorphoses? If that was really the case, then as long as Yi Xian's mind source core underwent another metamorphosis and became a Level 4 source core owner like the other party, he might be able to get rid of the spirit restriction that the other party had left behind. At worst, he could just undergo another metamorphosis and try again when he was at level 5. As he thought about this, he immediately got excited. He turned to look at Li Mosquito and blurted out, "Li Mosquito, how many metamorphoses has your mind source core undergone? What level is it now?" Chapter 2735. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The third metamorphosis, what? Your spirit source core is only at level 2. Yi Xian nearly jumped up on the spot as he cried out in surprise. He stared at Li Mosquito in shock. His mind was in a mess. He was only at the star core grade, yet his spirit source core was already at level 3. Li Mosquito's cultivation base was at the black hole grade, so her spirit source core should be at least at level 17 or 18. How could it only be at level 2? How could it be lower than his? Level 17 or 18? How could you even think of that? As soon as Yi Xian voiced his doubts, Li Mosquito laughed. Do you know what level the Demon King's spirit source core is? It's at level 6. The highest level of spirit source core in the history of the demons was only at level 8. That was the Demon King. Level 17 or 18? What a joke. That doesn't even exist. Hold on. Let me sort out my thoughts first. When he heard Li Mosquito speak so seriously, coupled with her status as a demon slave, Yi Xian finally realized that he had misunderstood. It seemed like he didn't know much about the demon's spirit source cores. As soon as he thought about this, he immediately sent a conditional search to the communication system. This time, the search criteria were the level of the spirit source core. The results were quickly transmitted back. Yi Xian couldn't wait to check it. After a short while, he finally understood. Li Mosquito was right. The highest level of spirit source core in the history of the demons had been the Demon King, who had been at level 8. The current Demon King of the demonic tribe also had a source core of a grade 6. Legend had it that the highest level of spirit source core could reach level 9, which was related to the Demon Saint Forbidden Land. The Demon King had obtained some sort of opportunity there, which had allowed his spirit source core to evolve to level 8. Ever since then, the demons had gradually grown stronger under his rule. Therefore, it wasn't completely unreasonable to say that the source of the demons' inheritance was the Demon Saint Forbidden Land. However, this was just a historical fact of the demons' history. Thanks to the conditional search, Yi Xian had a better understanding of the unique spirit source cores of demons and demonic beasts. In general, the level of a demon's or a demonic beast's source core didn't have much to do with its cultivation base. The level of a demon core was equivalent to quality, while one's cultivation base was equivalent to quantity. When a demon core's level increased, it underwent a qualitative transformation. This sort of transformation was triggered by luck. The level of the Demon King's source core was only affected by quantity. When the origin source energy's source core had reached a certain level, a demon's cultivation base, regardless of whether or not the source core had undergone a transformation. That was why Li Mosquito's demonic core remained at level 2 even though she was already at the late stage of the black hole realm. Most demons and demonic beasts were. As for Yi Xian, he was obviously an exception. He wasn't even a devil cultivator, yet he'd condensed a devil core. If that was the case, then it wasn't completely unacceptable for the magic core in his brain to transform at a slightly faster and more frequent rate. Of course, there was definitely something wrong with this, but he definitely wouldn't be able to figure it out in a short period of time. He could only slowly study it in the future. Anyway, it wasn't a bad thing. On the contrary, it was a great thing, so there was no need to be too anxious. Of course, no matter how high a demon core's level was, it was useless if it couldn't be accumulated. If a demon core with a grade 9 demon core was at the star core grade, he would be crushed if he faced a demon core powerhouse with a grade 1 demon core who was at the black hole grade. However, if this demon powerhouse with a grade 9 demon core was also at the black hole grade, the latter wouldn't even be considered a mosquito in front of him. At the end of the day, it could be summed up in one sentence. Although the grade of the magic core was important, it represented greater talent and greater potential. It meant a wider space for growth. However, one's cultivation base, or in other words, the amount of accumulation in the origin of magic cores, was equally important. It represented the power that was right in front of one's eyes and within reach. F***CK. In the end, we still have to catch the weeping soul beast. It feels more important than ever. We can't afford to lose it. After understanding everything, Yi Xian returned to the problem at hand. He muttered to himself for a while before coming to a decision. We only have 1 month. We have to catch the Weeping Soul Beast and increase the level of our origin source core. Once we reach grade 4, we can try to remove the grade 4 spiritual restriction on the spatial mini pagoda. It's really urgent. After saying that, Yi Xian turned around to look at Li Ji. From the looks of it, we can only split up and act separately. First, we'll find a suitable area. Then, I'll stay there and catch the Weeping Soul Beast and absorb it. You, on the other hand, will use all your strength to drive all the Weeping Soul Beasts here. This will make it easier for me to catch them. This will save us a lot of time. As long as we can remove the grade 4 spiritual restriction on the spatial mini pagoda, then, at this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he laughed coldly. Humph, we can't leave a single one of the Weeping Soul Cave spatial mini pagoda behind. We have to snatch them all. There are more than 10,000 demons. Even if we only catch 100 of them each, we'll have more than 1 million in total. The temptation of such a large number was shocking. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a strong desire to kill and steal the treasures. 2 days later, in a remote corner of the Weeping Soul Cave. Ding! Discovered spirit source that can be absorbed. Do you want to absorb it immediately? The familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind again. He immediately gave an affirmative answer. In the next moment, a Weeping Soul Beast that was tightly bound by his mental energy let out a mournful howl that suddenly became even sharper. However, Yi Xian wasn't moved in the slightest. He and Li Mosquito had finally chosen this area after running around for half a day. There were almost no devil cultivator experts in the nearby area, but there were many Weeping Soul Beasts. Therefore, no matter how loud this beast's howl was, he didn't have to worry. In the past 2 days, this was the 498th Weeping Soul Beast that he had captured after the Li Mosquito had left. He was only 2 more away from reaching the 500th mark. Before this, Yi Xian had already absorbed quite a few spirit sources that he had extracted from the Weeping Soul cores of the demons. According to his calculations, the spirit source core in his knowledge sea only needed to absorb another 500 Weeping Soul Beasts before the 3rd transformation of the source core would arrive. Right now, he was very close to the value he had estimated. The difference was so small that it was almost negligible. Because of this, as he absorbed the 488th Weeping Soul Beast, the anticipation in Yi Xian's heart grew stronger and stronger with the passage of time. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The level of the Spirit Source Core has increased. Current level, Grade 4. You have obtained a spiritual power skill. Do you wish to activate it? Chapter 2736. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Mind Suppression. When the familiar system beep rang out, Yi Xian's mind shook abruptly. The mind source core hovering above his mind started its 3rd metamorphosis. This metamorphosis process was actually very short. In just a few seconds, the weak throbbing sensation in his mind disappeared. Yi Xian suddenly felt that his mind power was somewhat different, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Pleasantly surprised, he immediately returned to his senses and started to check the situation in his mind. Soon, the demon's mind source core hovering above his mind was reflected in Yi Xian's probing consciousness. Compared to before, this mind source core had clearly changed quite a bit. The original purplish-black had become a purplish-black. In the past, there had been more black than purple, but now there was more purple than black. In addition, its volume had also changed. However, instead of increasing, it had decreased. At first, it had been the size of a thumbnail, but now it was only the size of a soybean. Its shape hadn't changed much, though. It was still elliptical and prismatic like a pigeon's egg. Its entire surface had countless refractive surfaces, making it look like a perfectly refracted purple diamond. Although Yi Xian was rather surprised that its volume had decreased instead of increasing, he quickly understood after thinking about it for a moment. Since this was a metamorphosis and its quality and grade had increased, its density and the power of the mind source core would naturally increase accordingly. It was just like compression. Under the circumstances, its volume would decrease instead, which was very normal. If Yi Xian wanted its volume to increase again, all he needed to do was accumulate quantity. This sort of accumulation was actually equivalent to an increase in Yi Xian's own cultivation base. After investigating for a while, Yi Xian's consciousness quickly retreated from his sea of consciousness. The reason why he was so anxious was because he was really looking forward to the mental strength skills that he'd obtained from the transformation of his source core. During the second metamorphosis, Yi Xian had obtained 4 types of mind power skills. All of them had been extremely useful secret techniques. If nothing unexpected happened, the third metamorphosis would result in even more mind power skills and even greater power. With this kind of beautiful anticipation, Yi Xian immediately gave the order to activate the system. In the next moment, the familiar system prompt sounded in his mind once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Activation successful. You have obtained the mind power secret technique, mind suppression. That's it? After this short sentence, there was no response. Yi Xian waited expectantly for 4 or 5 seconds before he confirmed that he might have been wrong. He had only obtained 1 mind power skill this time. In an instant, an extreme sense of loss welled up in his mind. Indeed, the higher the hope, the more the disappointment, was indeed true. That wasn't right. As Yi Xian sighed, he suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up once again as a thought flashed through his mind. If I remember correctly, the system beep didn't say that I would obtain a mind power skill. Instead, it said that it was a secret technique. If there wasn't any difference between the two, the system wouldn't have needed to change its explanation. This meant that the mind suppression he had obtained this time wasn't just a mind power skill. It had risen to the level of a secret technique. This was definitely a qualitative leap. As soon as he thought of this, Yi Xian grinned as if he had picked up a precious treasure. At the same time, his consciousness couldn't wait to check the details of the mind suppression secret technique. After some investigation, Yi Xian quickly understood everything. The so-called mind suppression was actually the same as the cultivation suppression aura of a human powerhouse, but it was more thorough and overbearing. When a human cultivator faced an existence with a lower cultivation level than him, if he deliberately released his cultivation aura to form a kind of pressure, although he could suppress his opponent, it would only be a suppression of his physical body. Even if the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, the suppressed side would involuntarily start to tremble. However, compared to the mental suppression secret technique that Yi Xian had just obtained, it was still more than just a little bit inferior. This was because the latter directly suppressed the other party on the spiritual level. Furthermore, it was silent. If used skillfully, it could even be used without anyone noticing. Moreover, once the spiritual level was completely suppressed, it was equivalent to controlling the other party's thoughts and consciousness. Whatever the other party wanted to do, it would be done with just a thought. This kind of effect was on a completely different level from the cultivation suppression aura formed by a human powerhouse deliberately releasing his cultivation suppression aura. On the surface, this secret technique and Yi Xian's slave seal seemed to have the same effect and function, but in reality, this wasn't the case. The two of them weren't on the same level, so the slave seal was much weaker. First of all, the slave seal had to be condensed and shot out into the other party's body to control their brain. Only then would it be effective. The mind suppression secret technique was different. It required a slave seal to be condensed. When one wanted to use it, it could be completed in an instant. When one's mind power was extended, they could directly control the other party silently. Basically, as long as the conditions for suppression were met, there was basically no chance of failure. The so-called conditions for suppression were the second advantage of the mind suppression secret technique over the slave seal. If a slave seal wanted to control a demon powerhouse, it had to be of the same rank. For example, if one wanted to control a black hole grade martialist with an 8th grade cultivation base, they would have to condense at least an 8th grade slave seal. If the situation was urgent and they didn't have a ready-made 8th grade slave seal, they could only watch helplessly. Although the mind suppression secret technique also had this restriction, Yi Xian clearly had an advantage over the other party. There was only one condition for the mind suppression secret technique: the level of one's source core, which was also the level of one's mind power. Yi Xian's source core was currently at grade 4, which meant that he could suppress anyone below grade 4. Although he couldn't suppress anyone above grade 4, given his abnormal source core transformation speed, he might be able to in the near future. Although he could only suppress 3 grades of demon powerhouses, even if he searched the entire demon race, how many powerhouses with source cores above grade 4 would he be able to find? The Demon King was only at grade 7, after all. Of course, apart from the rigid restriction of source core grade, Yi Xian's mind suppression secret technique also had an elastic effect on the difference in cultivation base between the two parties. If this difference was too great, it would also affect the effects of the suppression. For example, when the secret technique was unleashed, the other party would only be stunned for a moment before they regained their senses immediately. This was the only thing that Yi Xian felt regretful about. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he quickly felt relieved. After all, if he could ignore the difference in cultivation base and unleash suppression at will, wouldn't that mean that he would be able to suppress the Demon King if he transformed his cultivation base to grade 7 within a month? Chapter 2737. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Robbery. After obtaining the mind suppression secret technique, Yi Xian was looking forward to the 4th, 5th, and even more source core transformations. Not only would his mind suppression secret technique become stronger every time his mind source core transformed, but more importantly, he would obtain new mind techniques every time his mind source core transformed. No, it should be a secret technique or even a superpower. The first 3 transformations had all been techniques, but the 3rd one had already given him a secret technique. Logically speaking, the 4th one would at least give him a secret technique, while the 5th one would at least give him a superpower. When the tide rose, the boat would rise. It didn't make sense for the boat to sink when the tide rose. A starry sky superpower. Plus, it was a mind power superpower. Just thinking about it made him impatient. After a short while, Yi Xian composed himself and took out the pagoda-shaped spatial treasure again. Then, he threw it to the devouring system for appraisal. The reason for this was that the grade of Yi Xian's source core had already increased, so the devouring system, which acted like a personal AI in his body, was naturally aware of this situation right away. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to give it a try and see if there would be any other hints or instructions after the results of this appraisal were out. This had happened before. When Yi Xian hadn't been able to obtain the same treasure, the notification hadn't appeared. This time, it was even faster. In less than a minute, the appraisal results of the devouring system were out. Appraisal complete. Appraisal attribute, spatial treasure grade, normal state, level 4 spiritual restriction seal. Material, unknown. Would you like to erase the level 4 mind restriction seal? Beautiful. When he heard the appraisal results, Yi Xian nearly cried out in surprise. Although all the appraisal results were exactly the same as before, after Yi Xian's source core had undergone the 3rd transformation and reached level 4, there was indeed an additional instruction at the end of the appraisal results. It seemed like his guess had been correct. If he hadn't been able to obtain the same treasure, even if the devouring system had been able to do something about it, there wouldn't have been a single notification. Even if there had been a notification, it would have been useless. If he hadn't been able to do it, he wouldn't have been able to. What a pragmatic guy. It seemed like he would have to take out some important treasures in the future and let the devouring system appraise them a few more times. It wouldn't be troublesome anyway, so he didn't want to make any mistakes. As he thought this, Yi Xian got ready to give the devouring system an order and get rid of the level 4 mind restriction seal on the pagoda-shaped spatial treasure. At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Yi Xian immediately stopped. A demon cultivator that could reach a level 4 origin core was definitely not someone from planet Black Mountain. If nothing unexpected happened, it was most likely the high priest of the Black Streak tribe, Grey Skull. This was because Yi Xian had already understood that existences like the High Priest and the Holy Son of the tribe were all existences with extremely high innate talents in terms of spiritual energy. Therefore, the chances of their spirit cores transforming were much greater. If that was the case, did the word shamans leave a mind restriction seal on the pagoda-shaped spatial treasure just to prevent the weeping soul beasts inside from being taken out? One had to know that Yi Xian had already left a spiritual imprint that belonged to him on this spatial pagoda. If he were to erase the level 4 spiritual restriction now, what if the other party left behind some other secret door? Wouldn't he immediately know that he was the one who erased his spiritual restriction? When that happened, Yi Xian was afraid that trouble would befall him when he took the pagoda to complete his mission. As he thought about this, Yi Xian broke out in a cold sweat. It seemed like he couldn't use the pagoda. It would be best if he used it to complete his mission and obtain the Weeping Soul Beast qualification to enter the Black Mountain planet. As for the Weeping Soul Beasts he wanted to keep for himself, he would have to find a random demon powerhouse and rob them. He would snatch the pagoda and erase the level 4 mind restriction seal as well as his spirit imprint. This treasure would be his in the future. As he thought about this, Yi Xian was immediately moved. Although Li Mosquito hadn't returned yet, he didn't plan to wait any longer. If it was just a robbery, he was very confident. After all, he had the perfect vibration technique. After hiding all his aura and figure, he could quietly approach, rob, and run. After making the decision, Yi Xian immediately activated the perfect vibration technique. His entire figure disappeared in an instant, not even revealing a trace of his aura. Then, he rushed to the distant area. After all, where he was now, Li Mosquito would drive a large number of weeping soul beasts over. He didn't want to eat the grass near his nest. He didn't want to arouse suspicion. Since his figure and aura were completely hidden, there wouldn't be any weeping soul beasts along the way. Yi Xian wasn't in the mood to capture and absorb the weeping soul beasts, so he kept running at top speed. After 4 hours, he arrived at a rather distant area. Along the way, he had encountered many demon powerhouses. However, what made him depressed was that there wasn't a single core grade being among them. The weakest was a satellite grade being, while the strongest was a star grade being of the 5th grade. Yi Xian wasn't confident that he could succeed in robbing these demon dwellers, so he could only give up gloomily. It was also at this moment that a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Moreover, what was even more coincidental was that this fellow had just captured a weeping soul beast. At this moment, he actually took out the small spatial pagoda in his body and was preparing to collect the weeping soul beast. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although the other party's cultivation was much higher than Yi Xian's and was a satellite realm 3rd realm being, Yi Xian didn't intend to continue. If Li Mosquito didn't see him when she returned, there might be other problems. With this in mind, he immediately approached quickly. When he got close, he didn't hesitate at all and directly released a wisp of mental strength. While the other party was unprepared, he suddenly took the pagoda in his hand. After withdrawing his mental strength, he turned around and quickly fled to the side. Huh? Who's there? Come out. Damn. This is a robbery. Xiongda was stunned at first. After all, there was no one around, and the pagoda in his hand suddenly disappeared. Anyone would be stunned. Then, in less than a breath, he suddenly reacted. He turned around and roared. At the same time, he waved his hand and threw out a wind blade of mental strength. However, what entered his eyes was an empty space. Even a ghost couldn't be found, let alone a person. Xiongda's expression changed drastically, and he immediately roared. He knew that he had been schemed against and had been targeted for a long time. Otherwise, why didn't they rob others, but only him? There were more than 10,000 weeping soul beasts in his pagoda, and more than 90% of them were stuffed in by his father, Xianxia. Chapter 2738. Translator, Audiobook Studio Editor, Audiobook Studio. A profitable business with no cost, bastard. I don't care who you are. I, Xianxia, will not let you go. Ah. Robbery. Behind him, the devil cultivator with a satellite realm cultivation roared endlessly as if he'd gone mad. Yi Xian had already turned around and fled far away, but his voice still clearly entered his ears. However, he had already gotten what he wanted. Even if Baldi Chang came, he would not be able to take it back, let alone Xianxia. Soon, Yi Xian returned to the area where he had agreed to meet Li Mosquito. Li Mosquito was still not back yet. She was probably driving the weeping soul beasts away in a nearby area. Yi Xian immediately used his mind power to penetrate Xianxia's spatial pagoda. After a sweep, the restriction seal that could not be shaken was easily erased. Even the spiritual imprint left on it by the guy who called himself Xianxia was erased. At this point, the spatial pagoda was clean, and Yi Xian could use it at will. He was not in a hurry to check how many weeping soul beasts that guy had caught. Instead, he immediately refined the pagoda and left a spiritual imprint that belonged to him. It was the kind of spiritual imprint that had a restriction pattern. No one could open it even if they took it. After everything was done, Yi Xian immediately extended his mind power into the spatial pagoda that he had just refined to check the number of weeping soul beasts inside. He would not have known if he had not seen it, but when he saw it, he was shocked. There were almost 12,000 of them. Although Yi Xian was very happy to have gotten so many weeping soul beasts for free, he was more worried now. The guy he had robbed was only a demon dweller with a cultivation of the satellite realm. If he had caught more than 10,000 weeping soul beasts, what about the others? Yi Xian had met a competitor who was at the star realm. Did that guy not catch 70,000 to 80,000 weeping soul beasts? If that was the case, Yi Xian would have to pay at least 100,000 weeping soul beasts if he wanted to obtain the right to enter the Black Mountain planet. It seems that even with the Li Mosquito chasing the weeping soul beast away, this matter is not safe. Yi Xian furrowed his brows and gritted his teeth. His eyes glowed. I must obtain the right to enter the trial. I came later, and they all came a month earlier. It's only right that they take care of those who came later. In short, I want to rob. In any case, he had the perfect shock, a cheating artifact. It would be a waste not to do such a profitable business with no cost. Even a satellite realm demon cultivator had captured more than 10,000 weeping soul beasts. Wouldn't these 10,000 demon cultivators be able to take away more than 100 million weeping soul beasts? At the thought of this, Yi Xian felt his heart throbbing in pain. Cultivators were meant to fight against the heavens. Everyone had to be mentally prepared to kill others for their treasures. In fact, this was a very common situation, so Yi Xian didn't feel embarrassed at all. If it were someone else with a cheating technique like perfect oscillation, they would have attacked him too. After making his decision, Yi Xian immediately activated the perfect vibration skill again. His figure flashed as he rushed in another direction. Not long after, the second prey came into his sight. This fellow's cultivation was also at the third realm, the satellite realm. Just like Xianxia from before, Yi Xian quietly approached. After following him for a while, about half an hour later, when the other party caught a weeping soul beast and took out the small spatial pagoda, he suddenly made a move. After wrapping it with a strand of mental energy, he immediately withdrew it and turned around to run. Just like that, in a short period of time, Yi Xian had snatched a total of 26 spatial pagodas. This wasn't even the result of Big Bear at the beginning. When he thought about how close to 300,000 weeping soul beasts would be in his hands, Yi Xian felt as if he was floating in the air. After hurriedly returning to the area he had agreed upon with Li Mosquito, he immediately wiped away all of the spirit imprints and level 4 spirit seals on the 26 spatial pagodas. Then, one by one, he began to check the number of weeping soul beasts in them. 1132, 1657, 1862, 903, 2814, 1652. There were a total of 26 spatial towers, and Yi Xian checked the number of weeping soul beasts in them one by one. The more he looked, the more disappointed and puzzled he became. In the end, the total number was less than 50,000. To be precise, it was only slightly more than 40,000. This was not right. This was not logical. The one with the least was only 903. Yi Xian remembered that this guy's cultivation was also at the satellite realm, the same as Big Bear. Wasn't the difference too big with the same cultivation? In fact, although these 26 unlucky fellows were basically powerhouses at the second or third realm, Yi Xian had not found a suitable prey after searching for a while. In a fit of anger, he finally set his eyes on a powerhouse at the fourth realm, the planet realm. This guy's spatial tower only had 2,814 weeping soul beasts. Although he had the most weeping soul beasts among the 26 spatial towers, compared to Big Bear, he was still not at the same level. However, looking at the overall situation of these 26 fellows, taking into account the difference in their cultivation bases, these values were basically normal. In other words, this was the general situation of the 10,000 demon experts in the Weeping Soul Cave. Even the fifth major realm, the Stargrade existence, should have captured less than 4,000 weeping soul beasts so far. At most, 4,000 weeping soul beasts. Then there was a problem. Since everyone only had so few weeping soul beasts, why did that Big Bear guy have so few? Could it be that this person was a peerless genius whose spiritual power far exceeded that of ordinary weeping soul beasts? Or perhaps, he had some kind of special secret technique that allowed him to capture the weeping soul beast with half the effort? If it was the former, then forget it. No matter how good his spiritual power was, the beasts belonged to others, and it was useless to snatch them. However, if it was the latter, at this thought, Yi Xian was immediately tempted. No matter what, he would first sneak up to that guy and observe him. If he really did have this kind of secret technique, then he would ask Li Mosquito to capture him and interrogate him before killing him. Just the death of a few weeping soul beasts should not attract too much attention. At this thought, Yi Xian immediately transferred all the weeping soul beasts from the 26 spatial towers into the spatial tower that he had already refined. After thinking for a while, he also stuffed 5,000 weeping soul beasts into the spatial tower that he used to hand in his mission. Then, he threw all the spatial towers into the undying world within his body and activated the perfect vibration again. He turned around and rushed towards the location where he had robbed Big Bear. It had not even been a day, so he hoped that guy had not gone too far. Otherwise, looking for him in this huge weeping soul cave would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. After a short while, Yi Xian arrived at the area where he had first robbed. After searching for a while, he saw Big Bear. Chapter 2739. It turns out to be a combination of fathers. Seeing Xiongda's figure, Yi Xian immediately relaxed. After thinking for a moment, he immediately approached him. The other party didn't have a spatial pagoda, so he probably didn't plan on capturing the weeping soul beast anymore. Therefore, Yi Xian planned to sneak up on him and throw a spatial pagoda that had already been stripped of its spiritual seal somewhere in front of him. This couldn't be helped. If he didn't give him a spatial pagoda to store the weeping soul beasts, this brat wouldn't be in the mood to continue capturing them. As such, Yi Xian couldn't be sure if he really had a secret technique that could quickly capture a large number of weeping soul beasts. Thinking like this, he immediately followed quietly. Just as he was about to bypass him and the other demon powerhouse in front of him and throw out a small space tower in advance, an unforeseen event happened. Without any warning, Big Bear, who was walking in front of him, suddenly jumped and directly blocked the path of another devil cultivator ranker who was more than 100 meters in front of him. He then roared loudly, "Stop, this is a robbery." Yi Xian was stunned. Suddenly, his mind felt a little confused and he was stunned on the spot. In less than a day, Xiongde was tortured to the point that he was about to collapse. Originally, he had thought that he had already obtained the qualifications to enter the Black Mountain Star's Holy Sun trial. After all, his father, who was the leader of the Black Mountain Star, had already stuffed 10,000 weeping soul beasts into his spatial pagoda before the start of the trial. Furthermore, Xiongde was indeed a demon with a bit of talent in terms of mental power, so he wouldn't be exposed if he looked back. Needless to say, if Yangming was not gifted in mental power, his father, who was the leader, would not have done that. However, his son had the talent to begin with, and he had the ability to help him go further. If he didn't help, it wouldn't make sense. But in the end, everything changed nearly a day ago. Xiongde felt a huge sense of loss as if he had fallen from heaven to hell all of a sudden. Throughout the day, his entire mind had been suffering tremendous torment. In the end, after searching the vicinity to no avail, Xiongde threw caution to the wind as a wave of resentment rapidly grew in him. If others can steal from me, why can't I steal from others? Even if the spiritual imprint on it wasn't his, so what? My father is the leader of planet Black Mountain. As long as I can take out a small space tower and hand it over, it will be fine. Even if there weren't many weeping soul beasts inside, it wouldn't be a problem. If his father could give him 10,000 weeping soul beasts before, why couldn't he do the same after? As these thoughts appeared, Xiongde once again pulled himself together. He knew that he still had hope, but before that, he had to snatch a spatial tower. Otherwise, when the competition was over and he returned to Black Mountain City in a month's time, he wouldn't even be able to take out a spatial tower. Wouldn't that be too fake? As he thought of this, Xiongde suddenly looked like he was possessed. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked around. He had encountered a few demon powerhouses previously, but they were all at the planet grade, so he didn't dare to make a move. After all, he had already been robbed once. He was already unlucky enough. If he were to be beaten up again and return with a swollen face, it would be even more depressing. It was also at this time that he saw a demon appear in front of him. His cultivation was only at the meteor grade, the second stage. This was an existence that could be easily bullied by him, so Xiongde was overjoyed and immediately followed. When there was no one nearby, he suddenly jumped out and revealed a ferocious expression. However, the next scene not only stunned him, but also made Yi Xian, who had been hiding nearby, feel awkward. Ha ha ha. Robbery? You're robbing me? I'm dying of laughter. I say, young Master Da, if we really want to talk about robbery, shouldn't I be the one robbing you? This is too funny. You're the young master of Black Mountain City, the only son of the leader, Xiong Haizi. You're actually robbing me, an ordinary demon at the meteor grade, ha ha ha. Young Master Da, you're too funny. Facing the ferocious Xiongde in front of him, this meteor-grade first-stage demon was stunned for a moment, then he held his stomach and laughed loudly. Such a scene made Xiongde dumbfounded. Only then did he suddenly remember that in Black Mountain City, ordinary demons seemed to recognize him, and this guy in front of him was obviously a demon from Black Mountain City. As for Yi Xian, after being stunned for a moment, he instantly understood. He thought that this guy had some secret technique, or that his spiritual talent was shockingly abnormal, so he caught over 10,000 weeping soul beasts. After all this time, it was a competition of fathers? Once he thought of this, he was instantly speechless. He was not interested in whether this big brother Xiong had really succeeded in robbing, so he took the opportunity to leave before he was exposed. Following that, after a moment of silence, Yi Xian decided to continue robbing. Although the rewards were completely different from what he had originally expected, at least it was better than him going to catch one beast after another without stopping, right? Furthermore, it was not just a little bit stronger. Previously, even an expert at the 4th level of the planet realm had been caught off guard by him. Yi Xian was still very confident in this matter. With this confidence, after searching for a while, a demon powerhouse finally appeared in front of him, catching a weeping soul beast. In fact, along the way, he had also encountered many other demon powerhouses, but after considering the issue of efficiency, Yi Xian would no longer choose a target and follow behind to commit crimes. Who knew when the other party would encounter a weeping soul beast and start to catch it? This was simply a waste of his time. In any case, he had already robbed a 4th stage planet-grade powerhouse, so there would not be any big surprises. Since that was the case, he would just roam around and approach those who were catching weeping soul beasts when he encountered them. This kind of roaming around would definitely be more effective than stalking. Because of this, Yi Xian did not pay much attention when he suddenly saw a suitable target. Although the other party's cultivation had reached the 5th stage, the star grade, he immediately took the pagoda quietly, raised his guard, and waited for an opportunity to act. After a short while, the demon powerhouse took out the small spatial pagoda. In the next moment, Yi Xian immediately made a move. A strand of mental energy instantly shot out and wrapped around his spatial pagoda. After retracting it back into the area enveloped by the perfect vibration, he immediately jumped onto the ground beside him and rolled. Bang! Sure enough, the moment he jumped, the demon powerhouse with a star-grade cultivation turned around and blasted out a spiritual wind blade. The ground where Yi Xian was standing immediately exploded into a large crater that was several feet in diameter. After all, when the wisp of spiritual power extended out from the area covered by the perfect vibration and wrapped around the small spatial pagoda and pulled it back, the other party could still roughly estimate his position based on the direction of the small spatial pagoda. Yi Xian was already used to this from his previous robberies. Therefore, although he had his eyes on a star-grade demon powerhouse this time, he had his eyes on a star-grade demon powerhouse. Chapter 2740. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Shrieking Soul Cave, come out. Get the F***CK out here. What the F***CK? How dare you rob me, Hong Dashan? Are you F***King blind? Get the F***CK out here. This is a robbery, he roared and bombarded the surrounding area, but to no avail. Then, the demon powerhouse, who was at the 5th grade of the star grade, shouted the word robbery at the top of his lungs. This was a sign that he had completely gone berserk. At this time, Yi Xian was already far away. Along the way, there were quite a few devil cultivator experts that heard the roars and slowly approached with curious expressions. This scene made Yi Xian, who was quickly leaving, suddenly feel an extremely urgent feeling. It seemed that he had to hurry. Although there were many demon dwellers in this underground shrieking soul cave, and the area was large enough, a robbery was not a small matter. News would probably spread quickly. Now, even an expert of the 5th major realm, the star boundary realm, had been robbed. Once this news spread, it would definitely shock everyone. At that time, the entire Weeping Soul Cave would be in a state of uproar. It wouldn't be so easy to succeed again. There was even a possibility of falling into a trap. At the thought of this, Yi Xian immediately became anxious. He did not plan to return to the area where he had agreed to meet with Li Mosquito. Instead, he ran around the entire Shrieking Soul Cave at extreme speed without stopping to rest. After every shot, he would change locations. It was as if he had gone crazy, constantly, roaming around to commit crimes. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, half a month had passed. For the entire half a month, Yi Xian had not rested at all. He was constantly on the move, and whenever he found a suitable target, he would immediately take action. After that, he would quickly leave the area where the angry roars were wreaking havoc. From start to finish, he had robbed a total of 1,098 spatial pagodas. On average, there were more than 70 of them every day. He had robbed the weakest target, a second-stage Star Core Realm cultivator. This kind of action of bullying a child made him blush slightly. However, at that time, his eyes had indeed turned red and he had vaguely been possessed. When he suddenly saw someone take out a spatial pagoda, Yi Xian had not made a mistake. His hands were crawling with caterpillars, itching unbearably. In the end, he had still robbed it. Even if that poor Star Core Realm demon spatial pagoda only had a little more than 100 shrieking soul apes. This matter was still rather embarrassing. Yi Xian, he even felt a little guilty. However, the strongest one, Yi Xian, had even snatched a 6th realm Nebula Realm expert. This was also the strongest competitor he'd seen in this underground Weeping Soul cave. Even so, his opponent's spatial pagoda was snatched by Yi was caught. However, this was also the most dangerous time in Yi Xian's life of crazy robberies. After all, his opponent was a Star Core Realm cultivator. His reaction speed was too fast, and his methods were extremely shocking. Without waiting for Yi Xian to leap out, his opponent had already used his powerful spiritual power to shroud and bind the area around Yi Xian. If Yi Xian had not immediately used the secret technique he had just obtained to suppress his opponent's mind, causing his opponent to be momentarily dazed for a few breaths of time. Taking advantage of this time to quickly escape, he was afraid that he would have died that time. However, although it was dangerous this time, the harvest was also the greatest. There were actually 16,825 weeping soul beasts in this Nebula Realm demon cultivator's small spatial pagoda, far surpassing the previous Big Bear. It was likely that in this huge underground shrieking soul cave, this guy had already captured the most shrieking soul beasts. From this point of view, even if he hadn't stolen Big Bear's spatial pagoda, in the end, he still wouldn't have been able to snatch the Black Mountain Star's Holy Sun trial qualifications. Therefore, in the end, relying on one's father wasn't the way to go. One still had to rely on one's own strength. For example, although Yi Xian was a robber, being able to rob to such an extent and realm was also a reflection of one's strength. In half a month's time, he had obtained 1,098 spatial pagodas. If he added the nearly 30 from before, Yi Xian already had more than 1,100 spatial pagodas in his hands. It was estimated that nearly 1/10 of all the demons in this underground shrieking soul cave had been robbed by him. Considering that it was too risky to continue, and that the deadline for this competition was only 11 days away, Yi Xian finally decided to stop. After finding a more remote area, he erased the last batch of spatial pagodas he had robbed of their spiritual restrictions. At the same time, he moved all the shrieking soul beasts into the spatial pagodas that he had refined. After that, Yi Xian checked the total number of shrieking soul beasts in his hands. The result was immediately shocking. The total number of shrieking soul beasts in his hands was actually close to 3 million. This was not even counting the 5,000 shrieking soul beasts he had used to complete the mission. Of course, in front of the enormous figure of 3 million, that small amount of 5,000 shrieking soul beasts was actually not very eye-catching. However, after a moment of shock, Yi Xian quickly calmed down. Although 3 million was a frightening number, when divided among the 1,000 or so demons that he had robbed, each of them only had around 2,000 shrieking soul beasts. Which one of them hadn't been here for more than a month and a half? Actually, it wasn't that much. The power of the masses was indeed limitless. No wonder the existence that created this batch of spatial treasure thought of such a method. They had seen it more clearly than he did. No matter how strong an individual's strength was, when it came to this kind of thing, it was ultimately still not enough. Even if a late-stage black hole realm expert like Li Mosquito were to hunt for shrieking soul beasts in this shrieking soul cave alone, she definitely wouldn't be able to catch more than a few million shrieking soul beasts in 2 months' time. Furthermore, Yi Xian had only robbed 1,100 people. The other party had mobilized more than 10,000 people. When he thought of this, Yi Xian's heart immediately felt unbalanced. Just a moment ago, he had thought that he had made a windfall. Now, compared to that fellow, he was only a fraction of the other parties. Humph, you better not let me know who you are. Otherwise, based on the fact that you have tens of millions of shrieking soul beasts in your hands, it would be difficult for me not to set my eyes on you. A sharp light flashed in his eyes as he said such words. It sounded as if he wanted to rob the mysterious expert that created these 10,000 shrieking soul beasts. It seemed that the recent successful experience of robbing had boosted his self-confidence by more than just a little bit. At this moment, Yi Xian's location was already in the depths of the underground Weeping Soul Cave. He didn't know if he'd walked this far while robbing others, but this was because he often went in a roundabout manner to find his target. Otherwise, he would have walked even further. After deciding to stop, Yi Xian immediately thought of Li Mosquito. He had been missing for such a long time. He didn't know if she had caused any trouble. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately became a little uneasy. He hurriedly turned around and quickly rushed to the area where he had agreed to meet Li Mosquito. According to his estimation, even if he didn't rob on the way back and continued to travel at full speed, it would probably take him about a day to reach his destination. And the area he was in now was not the end of the Shrieking Soul Cave, which showed how vast this underground cave was. Chapter 2741. Let go of that monkey. He hurried back to the area where he had agreed to meet up with Li Mosquito. The first half of the day's journey was fine, but after half of the journey, Yi Xian began to feel that something was wrong. Along the way, from time to time, he could see the figures of some devil cultivator rankers hurrying in the same direction as him. At first, Yi Xian did not pay much attention to it, but after a while, he became a little suspicious. Especially when he saw a few weeping soul beasts appear in the vicinity. A few demon experts clearly saw them, but did not pay them any attention. Instead, they hurried back. His suspicions finally reached its peak. One must know that although the Weeping Soul Cave was said to be filled with countless weeping soul beasts, there were still more than 10,000 demon experts who had been wantonly capturing them for more than a month. Even though the density of weeping soul beasts in the depths of the cave was not small, but in this area, the weeping soul beasts could not be seen just by looking up. Often, after capturing one, they would need to search everywhere for the next one. Under such circumstances, they had seen 4 or 5 weeping soul beasts in a row. Every time, there would be 2 or 3 weeping soul beasts, but no one paid them any attention. This was clearly not normal. However, although Yi Xian wanted to ask, he could not help but feel that everyone was in a hurry. Many demon experts were stronger than him, so naturally, they were faster than him. Therefore, Yi Xian could not find a chance to ask. Although this situation was helpless, Yi Xian was depressed for a while, but after a while, he threw it to the back of his mind and did not think too much about it. But after half a day, when he was only about 8 hours away from the area where he had agreed to meet up with Li Mosquito, Yi Xian finally realized that something was wrong. These fellows were clearly rushing to the same place as him. There were many forks in the road behind him, and there were several choices at each fork. But all along the way, every time he met a demon expert at a fork, they would choose the same path as him. Once or twice was fine, but 4 or 5 times in a row, this was definitely not a coincidence. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that his robbery had been exposed? These guys are going to settle the score with me? No, they didn't know that he had arranged a meeting place with Li Mosquito. F***CK. Lizzie. Without a doubt, it was definitely the Li Mosquito that had caused a huge commotion. It was actually able to alarm half of the underground Weeping Soul Cave. Along the way, just the number of devil cultivator experts that Yi Xian had encountered that were rushing over numbered close to 1,000. Those who were faster than him and had rushed over earlier were obviously not fewer than what he had seen. In other words, there were at least 3,000 devil cultivator experts who were rushing over or had already arrived. What kind of trouble did that bitch cause? As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately became a little anxious. His feet tightened as he sped back with all his might. What was originally a journey of nearly 8 hours was only completed in 6 hours by him. Following that, Yi Xian's line of sight was a large black mass of devil dwellers experts, all of them crowded together and looking in one direction. The feeling was as if he had returned to Earth and encountered a major car accident scene that was being watched by a large number of spectators. Among this large number of devil dwellers experts who were like a crowd of spectators, Yi Xian saw a large number of familiar faces, all of whom he had robbed before, such as Big Bear, and the existence of the strongest cultivation base, the Nebula Realm, who had reached the 6th Great Realm. But at this moment, even he was only a spectator, standing at the front of the inner layer. After all, the other party's cultivation base and strength were there for all to see. As for Big Bear, sorry, he could only wait at the periphery, occasionally jumping up to take a look inside. At this time, his face as the young master of Black Mountain Planet was no use. After all, not all devil dwellers experts were from Black Mountain City, most of them, in fact, did not recognize him. And these over 3,000 devil dwellers experts, at this moment, were watching Lee Mosquito. To be more precise, they were crowded together in a large number of densely packed weeping soul beasts that had driven her into a dead end formed by natural walls on both sides of the road. In fact, when Yi Xian was still far away, he had already heard the mournful cries of a large number of weeping soul beasts. Now that he was in front of them, he finally understood what was going on. These weeping soul beasts were all under Yi Xian's instructions. Lee Mosquito had gone to the surrounding areas, slowly herded them together with her powerful black hole realm cultivation base, like herding sheep, and finally herded them here. Right now, Lee Mosquito was standing alone at the entrance of the dead end. Although it was called a dead end, the entrance was actually 100 meters long, and the inside was even wider. However, Lee Mosquito stood alone at the entrance of the dead end, and no one dared to move forward. The Nebula Realm expert at the front of the crowd was more than 300 meters away from Lee Mosquito. His gaze flickered, and his eyes were filled with hesitation and fear. Although he wanted to attack, he did not dare to. And the number of weeping soul beasts in the dead end behind Lee Mosquito. Yi Xian thought about the size of the dead end and quickly got the answer. There were about 16 to 17,000 weeping soul beasts. It was no wonder that the 3,000 demon dwellers experts were crazily running over here. Over 10,000 weeping soul beasts were gathered together. This kind of scene could only be seen when they first came down. Even then, it might not have been possible. Furthermore, from the looks of it, there were already more than 3,000 devil cultivator rankers that were attracted here. Lee Mosquito should have driven these 10,000 weeping soul beasts here at least 7 or 8 days ago. Otherwise, the news would not have spread so far and wide. Thinking of this, Yi Xian felt a little ashamed, but also a little touched. This time, Lee Mosquito had made him very satisfied. On one hand, she had indeed completed her mission, herding 10,000 weeping soul beasts over in a few days. It must be known that this result was achieved by Lee Mosquito slowly herding over a large area, then slowly approaching the dead end. Who knew how many weeping soul beasts had slipped away along the way, but she had done her best. On the other hand, it had been 7 or 8 days since Lee Mosquito had herded these 10,000 weeping soul beasts to the dead end, but they still stood guard here, not ignoring his orders and leaving on their own accord after waiting for too long. This was very rare and commendable. As for why he felt ashamed, it was because Yi Xian was not being fair in this matter. They had agreed on a few days' time, but he had been gone for half a month. If the strongest person here was not a Nebula Realm expert, but a Black Hole Realm expert, or even a few Black Hole Realm experts, Lee Mosquito would have been in trouble long ago. Thinking of this, Yi Xian sighed, then threw these thoughts away and began to focus on the proper business. He decided to keep these 10,000 weeping soul beasts in front of everyone. This way, when the time came, he would obtain the right to enter the Holy Sun trial with the most weeping soul beasts, and no one would suspect that he was that mysterious king of robberies. After all, his cultivation was only at the 9th level Star Core realm, how could he take out 10,000 weeping soul beasts at once? Coincidentally, a weeping soul beast dashed toward Lee Mosquito from the dead end behind her. She sneered and waved her hand to envelop the beast with her mental power. It seemed like she was going to crush the beast and destroy it. Seeing how the weeping soul beasts in the dead end did not dare to approach, it was likely that they had been using this method to intimidate others for the past few days. Chapter 2742. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The reason why Yi Xian shouted so loudly wasn't because he wanted to use this opportunity to show off or something. It was because there were more than 3,000 demon powerhouses blocking the way. With his strength as a Star Core 9th stage cultivator, there was no way he could squeeze his way through. If he tried to force his way through, he might even provoke them. Although Yi Xian was not afraid, there was no need for him to cause trouble. Sure enough, at this moment, as his roar rang out, whether it was the more than 3,000 demon experts in front of him or Lee Mosquito, all of them looked at him. Of course, although Lee Mosquito did not say anything, there was a smile on her face. However, these 3,000 devil cultivator experts were different. All of them had strange expressions on their faces. Looking at Yi Xian's righteous and indignant expression, they all looked at him as if he was a fool. Many of them even looked like they were ready to watch a good show. It was precisely because of this that when Yi Xian maintained the righteous indignation on his face and walked forward, the 3,000 devil cultivators almost automatically opened up a path for Yi Xian to pass through. It was not that they were shocked by his show-off, but they wanted to see how badly he would die. "You Demonis, such a cute little monkey. You're too cruel." Very quickly, Yi Xian passed through the area that was surrounded by over 3,000 devil cultivators and arrived at the entrance of the small alley. He directly walked in, and after arriving in front of Lee Mosquito, he still had a face full of indignation. He scolded Lee Mosquito and then took out the small spatial pagoda that was used to hand in the mission. Following that, he turned to look at the weeping soul beast, which was still enveloped by Lee Mosquito's mental power. He grinned and said, "Lil, monkey, it's too dangerous here. Come, let's move our nest." As he spoke, Yi Xian put the weeping soul beast into the spatial pagoda with a thought. Then, he glared at Lee Mosquito and said, "You are too much. Such cute little monkeys. I have to take them all away and save them from the abyss of suffering." After saying this, Yi Xian didn't pay any more attention to Lee Mosquito. He quickly dashed behind Lee Mosquito and smiled at the group of weeping soul beasts that were squeezed together. Come. It's safe enough here. Don't run, I'm not a pervert." As he spoke, he waved his hand and collected 4 or 5 beasts. Facing all this, Lee Mosquito remained unmoved. She turned around and watched as Yi Xian went to capture the weeping soul beast. She covered her mouth and laughed. He had a look of appreciation on his face. Bang! 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 In the face of such a shocking scene, a small portion of the 3,000+ demon experts who were waiting to watch a good show rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. It was too unexpected. Everything in front of them was simply illogical. Although everyone was drooling over the 10,000 weeping soul beasts behind Lee Mosquito was standing at the entrance of the small alley. Not only did she emit the supreme aura of a black hole realm expert, but she would also release her mental energy to envelop any weeping soul beast that tried to rush out. Then, she would forcefully destroy its energy form. Such a cruel method made all the demon experts not dare to act rashly. Therefore, even as more and more people gathered outside to watch, no one dared to test the waters. Who would have thought that an ordinary demon at the perfect core state would be able to pass the test just by yelling out such a righteous sentence? This was simply unacceptable. Such a result naturally caused the hearts of all the devil chi experts to become active. Some were tempted, some were suspicious. In short, everyone's eyes flashed, each with their own thoughts. However, no one knew what kind of thoughts were running through their minds. At this time, as Yi Xian began to capture the 10,000 weeping soul beasts in the small alley, the weeping soul beasts in the alley began to become restless. One of them suddenly tried to rush out. However, when it passed through the entrance of the alley, it was also enveloped by Li Mosquito's mental energy. In a fit of anger, it tried to destroy its form like before. It was also at this moment that Xiongda, who felt that he had waited for an opportunity, suddenly had his eyes light up. He immediately roared and followed suit. His voice was exactly the same as Yi Xian's from before. "Which, let go of that little monkey." Then, under the shocked gazes of all the demon experts, Xiongda imitated Yi Xian's actions. His face was filled with righteous indignation as he parted the crowd and strode toward Li Mosquito. At this moment, he was extremely excited. Although he did not understand how a black hole realm powerhouse could behave like this, Yi Xian was a living example. In Xiongda's opinion, his actions, including his words and expressions, were exactly the same as the lucky guy from before. If that was the case, why couldn't he go over? As long as he could go over, he would be able to capture the weeping soul beasts faster than the guy from before with his satellite realm cultivation. However, he couldn't let his guard down. Although the 3,000 idiots behind him had been taken by him first, no matter how stupid they were, they should have come to their senses by now. He was afraid that there would soon be others who would follow his example. Therefore, when he entered the small alley, he had to be quick. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xiongda quickly arrived in front of Li Mosquito. Just as he was about to imitate Yi Xian's actions and reprimand Li Mosquito from a close distance, he turned his attention to the weeping soul beast that the other party wanted to kill. However, an unforeseen event suddenly happened. Bang! "Who gave you the right to call me a demoness? If there's a next time, I'll skin you alive. You're crazy." As an irresistible and powerful mental force surged toward him, Xiongda spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backward like a kite with a broken string and crashed into the large open space outside the alley with a loud bang. This scene stunned all the demonic powerhouses in the surroundings. Many of them had a look of realization on their faces. After all, the previous scene was too strange and abnormal. None of them were fools. Could it be that Xiongda was the only one who knew how to follow the trend? Everyone was just waiting for someone to take the initiative to jump into the trap. If the same thing happened a second time, everything would be clear, and everyone would swarm forward. However, the result proved another truth. Everything that happened before was just an act between the master and servant. It was more fun than fun. This made sense. After all, which black hole realm powerhouse would allow others to casually reprimand them? Chapter 2743. Xiongda's resentment as the truth of the matter was confirmed, the surrounding 3,000 demon experts were stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. On one hand, this matter was indeed laughable. On the other hand, some of the demon experts from Black Mountain City had already recognized Xiongda's identity. In the Black Mountain City, Xiongda was an extremely domineering existence. This was because he was the young master of the Black Mountain City, the only son of the leader, Xianxia. Even if the demon experts in the city were bullied by him, they could only swallow their anger. They simply did not dare to say anything. Now that everyone was hiding among the 3,000 devil cultivator experts, they were not afraid that Tong Xiongda would recognize them and take revenge. Thus, some mocking and ridiculing sounds were unbridled, and for a time, it resounded endlessly. At this moment, Xiongda naturally reacted. He felt that he was really unlucky. In just half a month, he was continuously bullied in public. This kind of thing had never happened before. Forget about the robber from before. He was tactful enough to keep his face hidden. At least he did not dare to reveal his identity. Now, he could not even take revenge on him. However, the two in front of him were different. So what if he was in the black hole realm? Wasn't his father, Xianxia, also in the black hole realm? Furthermore, he was in the complete black hole realm, which was much more powerful than the damned female demon in front of him. She was only in the black hole realm level 7. As for the guy who was proudly capturing the weeping soul beast in the small alley, it was needless to say. A mere core realm level 9 demon, without his father, Xianxia, doing anything, Xiangde could take care of him with one hand. Thinking like this, Xiangde no longer cared about the ridicule of the more than 3,000 demons around him. After getting up from the ground, he stared fiercely at Li Mosquito and then complained, "You will regret not killing me with one palm." Saying this, Xiangde turned around and pushed through the crowd, heading straight for the entrance of the Weeping Soul Cave. Although he had managed to obtain a spatial pagoda after some trouble, there were only a few days left until the deadline. There was no point in staying here. It was better to go back first and report to his father, Xianxia, about what happened here and think of a countermeasure. With this thought in mind, Xiangde quickly left the Weeping Soul Cave and hurried back to Black Mountain City. As for the 3,000+ devil cultivator experts in the underground Weeping Soul Cave, after confirming that Li Mosquito was Yi Xian's helper, they naturally no longer had any illusions about the 10,000 weeping soul beasts in the dead end. Although this method was a little shameless, after all, he was the one who had personally caught the beasts and stuffed them into the spatial pagoda. It could be considered as skirting the line. After all, he could only blame himself for being able to invite a black hole realm's supreme existence. He could only be envious of such a thing. With such thoughts in mind, the more than 3,000 demonic chi experts dispersed one after another. In the next few days, although there were more than 10,000 weeping soul beasts in the dead end, they could forget about obtaining the qualifications to enter the Black Mountain Star's Holy Sun trial. However, the Black Mountain Star's leader, Xianxia, had said that according to the number of weeping soul beasts captured, they would be given a corresponding amount of demonic wool black crystals as compensation. Since this was the case, they could not come here for nothing. They would try to capture as many weeping soul beasts as possible and exchange them for more demonic wool black crystals for cultivation. As for Yi Xian, who was in the dead end, he didn't pay any attention to the departure of the devil cultivator experts. As long as he showed his face before, it was fine. There was no need to let others see him capture all 10,000 weeping soul beasts and stuffing them into the spatial pagoda with their own eyes. They did not have the time to do that, unless there was something wrong with their heads. More than 10,000 of them were all squeezed together, and Yi Xian would capture them one by one. Almost every 2 or 3 seconds, a weeping soul beast would be stuffed into the small spatial pagoda. If such a thing were to happen to other devil cultivator experts, they might be so happy that they wouldn't be able to close their mouths. However, after Yi Xian caught them for more than 2 hours, he became bored. On one hand, he already had 3 million weeping soul beasts in his hands. These 10,000 weeping soul beasts were not even a fraction. Yi Xian did not care about them at all. On the other hand, capturing one weeping soul beast at a time was indeed a very boring thing. Yi Xian felt that he was wasting a lot of time. In addition, if he were to return to the Weeping Soul Cave in the future to continue capturing weeping soul beasts, he obviously could not use this method. If he really did so, how long would it take for Yi Xian to capture all the weeping soul beasts in the entire Weeping Soul Cave? He could not waste his time on this matter, could he? However, he had to get rid of all 10,000 weeping soul beasts. Otherwise, if they were to spread out and be discovered by the nearby devilish beings, they would most likely become suspicious. Capturing them was a must, but he could use a better method and see if he could increase his efficiency. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's mind immediately spun as he started to ponder. After a while, he thought of mental suppression. Since these weeping soul beasts could be enveloped and controlled with mental suppression, would a secret technique level mental suppression be able to affect them? Thinking of this, Yi Xian was immediately invigorated. He turned back to look at the dead end and confirmed that there were no more devilish beings around. Only then did he feel relieved and immediately activate his spiritual suppression secret technique. An invisible wave of mental suppression spread out like a tide, quickly enveloping the 10,000 weeping soul beasts. Then, under the control of Yi Xian, he issued a command. In the next moment, the weeping soul beasts, who had been restless all this time, quieted down at a speed visible to the naked eye. The continuous mournful howls quickly disappeared, and the sudden silence made even Yi Xian a little uncomfortable. A smile appeared on his face. It was indeed effective. Immediately after, Yi Xian threw the small space box with his mental suppression imprint, causing it to hang in the middle of the 10,000 weeping soul beasts. The next scene caused Yi Xian to grin from ear to ear. After he threw out the small space box, coupled with the command given when he used the mental suppression secret technique, the 10,000 weeping soul beasts were scrambling to get into the small space pagoda. There was no need for Yi Xian to pay any more attention to them. Under such circumstances, more than 10,000 weeping soul beasts, in less than 10 minutes, had all drilled into the small spatial pagoda, and the dead end was instantly emptied. This is the real way of the king. If I really caught them one by one like before, wouldn't I be tired to death? Chapter 2744. Chapter 2744. Chapter 2744. Instructions of the High Priest. At this point, Yi Xian suddenly remembered something. It seemed that he had been too happy with the collection just now, and forgot to leave some for the other spatial pagodas. One had to know that he had already stuffed 5,000 weeping soul beasts into the spatial pagoda, and with the addition of 16,000 weeping soul beasts, the total number of weeping soul beasts exceeded the 20,000 mark. Based on Li Mosquito's previous performance, no one would suspect anything even if he handed over 100,000. With a black hole realm existence as a shepherd, all he had to do was to catch as many as he could. After all, what was 100,000 for 2 months? Most importantly, Yi Xian felt his heart ache. In its opinion, it was more than enough to hand in 10,000. Now that it was given double the amount, it was really unwilling to accept it. But now that he had already stuffed it in, there was nothing he could do no matter how unwilling he was. He couldn't possibly erase the level 4 spiritual restriction seal in his spatial pagoda, right? If that was the case, this matter would really be exposed. Thinking of this, Yi Xian could only admit that he was unlucky. He sighed and struggled for a while before finally throwing this matter to the back of his mind. He took Li Mosquito and rushed into the depths of the Weeping Soul Cave. This was because it was truly difficult to find more Weeping Soul beasts in the periphery. Although Li Mosquito was strong, there was nothing she could do if she couldn't find any sheep along the way. This time, Yi Xian and Li Mosquito rushed as fast as they could, and soon they reached the deepest part of the Weeping Soul Cave. All around them, there were only a few more days until the deadline, so Yi Xian did not dare to delay any longer. He immediately ordered Li Mosquito to take action, while he coordinated from the side. Soon, in less than a day, the second group of Weeping Soul beasts had all entered a dead end. After making sure that no one was around, Yi Xian immediately mentioned the mind suppression secret technique, repeating the same process as before. Thus, in a short 10 minutes or so, the 10,000 weeping soul beasts entered another spatial pagoda that he had prepared. Yi Xian was very satisfied with this efficiency. The time spent on harvesting the weeping soul beasts was basically negligible. The only time they had was to herd them together. If he encountered a large group of weeping soul beasts that numbered in the thousands, he wouldn't even need to drive them away. He would just use his mental suppression, and then the large number of weeping soul beasts would cry and scream as they rushed into the small spatial pagoda that he threw out. It was impossible for such a situation to occur in the periphery. However, in the deepest parts of the Weeping Soul Cave, such a situation could often be encountered. In the next few days, the largest group of weeping soul beasts that Yi Xian's Li Mosquito encountered was actually more than 100,000. If it wasn't for the Li Mosquito protecting him, Yi Xian would have no choice but to turn tail and run for his life. However, this was also the most satisfying time he had ever caught one. After using the mental suppression secret technique, he simply threw the spatial pagoda outside. After that, he didn't need to care about anything else. He just had to wait for all the weeping soul beasts to enter by themselves. Then, he would take back the spatial pagoda. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. In these few days, Yi Xian and Li Mosquito, master and servant, did not stop to rest. They were constantly moving around in the deepest parts of the Weeping Soul Cave. In the beginning, they even foolishly spent an entire day herding the Weeping Soul beasts. In the end, they only managed to get about 10,000 Weeping Soul beasts. Later on, they didn't even bother with herding the Weeping Soul beasts. They just wandered around. They didn't even bother with a few hundred Weeping Soul beasts. Only when there were at least 1,000 Weeping Soul beasts did they have some interest. And once they did, no matter if it was 1,000 or 10,000 Weeping Soul beasts, they were basically dealt with within 10 minutes. Even the largest group of 100,000 Weeping Soul beasts only took about 4 hours before they all automatically entered his spatial pagoda. With this kind of super high efficiency, Yi Xian managed to harvest several 100,000 Weeping Soul beasts in these few days. Right now, the total number of Weeping Soul beasts in his spatial pagoda had already exceeded the 4 million mark. However, in the depths of the Weeping Soul Cave, there were still a large number of Weeping Soul beasts. According to Yi Xian's estimation, there were at least 10 million Weeping Soul beasts. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about where so many Weeping Soul beasts came from. However, now was obviously not the time to consider this question. In fact, as long as they were all caught, there was no need to care about where they came from. However, even if they wanted to catch them, they could only wait until later. Right now, there were less than 2 days left before the deadline. Considering that the return journey would take some time, Yi Xian could only helplessly stop the capture of the Weeping Soul beasts. Together with Li Mosquito, he hurriedly rushed back. On the way back, there were basically no more demon dwellers experts. Those fellows already had self-awareness. They knew that they were not fated to qualify for the Black Mountain Star Saint trial. Therefore, there was no need for them to work so hard. They all returned to Black Mountain City early. Nearly a day later, Yi Xian and Li Mosquito emerged from the Weeping Soul Cave. There was only half a day left before the deadline, and the rest of the demon dwellers were probably already in Black Mountain City. With this thought in mind, the two of them dared not delay any longer. They flew all the way back to Black Mountain City. As for Li Mosquito, she had already revealed her black hole 7th level strength in the Weeping Soul Cave, so she did not deliberately conceal her strength this time. However, when they returned to the Black Mosquito tribe's headquarters, Black Mosquito Star, they could not bring her along. They had to find a secluded place to release the Black Mosquito Bastion and have her wait inside. After all, Black Mosquito had been personally captured by the High Priest of the Black Mosquito tribe. If she appeared, all of this would be exposed. Black Mountain City. A large number of demon dwellers were gathered around the large plaza where the city's administrative center was located, waiting for the final result. In addition to the large number of demon dwellers, Black Mountain City's Grand Chieftain Xianxia was also here. He sat on a makeshift platform in front of the administrative center. Around the platform and the plaza were a large number of demon dweller scouts. In fact, there were hundreds of thousands of demon kin on each demon kin star. The reason why there were 10,000 demon kin under the command of the team leader was because these 10,000 demon kin were demon kin scouts, which were equivalent to the human race's soldiers. The number of demon dweller scouts under the command of a head captain was around 10,000. However, almost all of the 10,000 demon dwellers on Black Mountain were gathered around the plaza. The atmosphere was tense, and Xianxia's expression was not good. He already knew about the mysterious bandits that had appeared in the Weeping Soul Cave. Now, he even learned that more than 11,100 spatial pagodas had been stolen. In total, at least 3 million Weeping Soul beasts had been stolen. The High Priest was very angry about this matter and ordered Xianxia to thoroughly investigate. Chapter 2745. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Operation Hidden. These weeping soul beasts were indeed needed by the high priest, but even Xianxia did not know what they were for. Hence, he did not think that the black hole rank 7 being that the demon called Zhang Wuji had invited was the one who had snatched the 1,000 spatial pagodas. How could a mere black hole rank 7 know something that even Xianxia did not know about? What's more, if it was really this person who snatched the 1,000+ spatial pagodas, this person would be too late to keep a low profile. How could he be so high profile as to help Zhang Wuji in the underground Weeping Soul Cave? Of course, Xianxia could not say anything about this. After all, it was true that Zhang Wuji had personally captured the 10,000 weeping soul beasts and stuffed them into his spatial pagodas. However, Xianxia would not let this matter go so easily. Xiongda was his only son, and he was indeed gifted in mental power. Under such circumstances, if Xianxia, as the leader of the Black Mountain Planet, could not even guarantee that the Black Mountain Planet's Holy Sun trial would be given to his son, then Xianxia would be too useless as a father. However, regarding the matter of the saint trial quota, whether it was the high priest or the great commander, they had all given a strict order that the 10 great devil stars in the tribe had to go through a collective selection before they could finally decide on the quota. No one was allowed to arbitrarily decide on the quota. After all, the Holy Son of the Black Mosquito tribe was being selected this time, not just the Holy Son of one of the families. If there was indeed someone who was gifted in mental power among the 10 Holy Sons, perhaps the final Holy Son of the Black Mosquito tribe in the Demonic Emperor planet would be able to obtain some kind of mental power inheritance in the Demonic Emperor Forbidden Land during the selection process. If that was the case, the Black Mosquito Star would become one of the 2 tribes with the most potential among the 10 tribes of the Demon Kin race, second only to the royal family of the Demon Kin race. After all, among the other 9 tribes, only one tribe's Holy Son had obtained the inheritance the first time they entered the Saint Devil Forbidden Land and confirmed their identity as the Holy Son. Right now, this person was already the number 1 among the 9 Holy Sons. Even the High Priest of the Demon Emperor planet was full of praises for his talent in spiritual power. As for the other 8 Holy Sons, it was either their second or third time entering the Saint Devil Forbidden Land before they finally obtained some kind of spiritual power inheritance. And if you couldn't obtain any kind of spiritual power inheritance after entering the Holy Devil Forbidden Land 3 times in a row, then I'm sorry, but the position of Holy Son would have nothing to do with you. The tribe's qualifications and opportunities couldn't always be tilted to one person, and that was unfair. You've failed 3 times in a row. Go away, we'll choose a new saint. This was the case when the Black Mosquito tribe was electing a saint this time. The previous saint of the entire tribe had failed 3 times in a row, which was 300 years, but he still couldn't obtain a single mental power inheritance from the Forbidden Ground. Therefore, he was banished and executed. After all, the entire Black Mosquito tribe had been mocked by the other 9 great demon tribes for a full 300 years because of him. In a fit of anger, the Grand Commander had raised his hand and blasted that fellow into ashes. As the leader of the Black Mountain tribe, although Xianxia couldn't directly appoint his son, Xiongda, as the candidate to participate in the Holy Sun trial, he could secretly manipulate the situation. This time, the High Priest had sent people to deliver a large amount of small spatial pagodas. Even though they were all sealed with restrictions and even he couldn't open them, as a reward for his great efforts in handling this matter, the High Priest had given Xianxia an additional small spatial pagoda without any restrictions or seals. Although he didn't say anything, it was obvious that he was going easy on him. On one hand, Xianxia's son, Xiongda, was indeed quite talented in spiritual power. On the other hand, even if he didn't, it wouldn't matter if a fake was among the 9 genuine ones. In any case, he wouldn't have a chance at the Saint Devil Forbidden Land on the Demon Emperor planet. The High Priest had given Xianxia such a spatial pagoda so that he could go to the Weeping Soul Cave in advance to catch some Weeping Soul beasts to cheat. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it some grass. In fact, Xianxia had indeed done so. At the beginning of the competition, he had ordered his demon scouts to secretly go to the underground Weeping Soul Cave and catch a total of 30,000 Weeping Soul beasts. Before that, he had thrown 10,000 into Xiongda's spatial pagoda. He didn't expect that this guy would be snatched away by someone else. This made Xiong Haizi extremely angry and he fiercely reprimanded him. However, scolding was one thing. In the end, he was still his son. At this time, he was glad that he hadn't thrown all 30,000 Weeping Soul beasts to this guy. Now, it seemed that the remaining 20,000 Weeping Soul beasts were simply lifesavers. After Xiongda returned, Xiong Haizi directly stuffed all 20,000 Weeping Soul beasts into a spatial bottle that he had to leave his spiritual imprint on before handing it over. At present, among the 10,000 demon people who had handed in the mission, Xiongda indeed had the most Weeping Soul beasts. The person in second place only had 7,000 Weeping Soul beasts, but he had caught them with his own ability. This person could be considered pretty good. There was one thing that had to be said. For all the spatial pagoda, the user who left their spiritual imprint could only put it in and check the number of Weeping Soul beasts they had. As for the others, they couldn't even check the number of Weeping Soul beasts in other people's spatial pagoda. This included Xiong Haizi. Regarding this matter, the high priest had sent a trusted aide over. This person had received the high priest's authorization to check the number of Weeping Soul beasts in any spatial pagoda. In fact, the high priest's trusted aide's real purpose in coming this time was to extract all the Weeping Soul beasts from the spatial pagoda and transfer them to a specially made spatial pagoda with a larger interior space. Then, he would return to the Black Mosquito Star and hand it over to the high priest. Therefore, this person had the authority to extract all the Weeping Soul beasts from the spatial pagoda. The spatial pagoda that the 10,000 demon people had handed over had all been publicly checked by him. Then, the Weeping Soul beasts inside were taken out and stored in the spatial pagoda that he carried with him. As the number of Weeping Soul beasts in each spatial pagoda was publicly announced and recorded, the spiritual imprints of the demon people competitors were also conveniently erased. These spatial pagoda had to be left to Xiong Haizi so that he could think of a way to send a second batch of demon experts into the Weeping Soul Cave to work as laborers. At this moment, there was only 2 hours left until the deadline. Chapter 2746. No one can take advantage of public anger. As for the spatial tower that Xiongda took out in front of everyone knew what it was. However, knowing was one thing, but they couldn't say it out loud. After all, Xiong Haizi was the leader of Black Mountain Star, so he couldn't go against him. However, this matter was too fake, and all the demon dwellers who participated in the competition were extremely dissatisfied. They didn't dare to go against Xiong Haizi, but they hoped that the guy called Zhang Wuji could forcefully push Xiongda down. Even though that guy's methods weren't honorable, he was just playing a borderline game. Furthermore, he did it openly and honorably, unlike Xiongda and Xiong Haizi, the father and son duo. It was simply disgusting. In comparison, the 10,000 overdemons were more inclined to support Zhang Wuji. This was something that even Xiong Haizi and Xiongda had never expected. Unknowingly, the two of them had already incurred the wrath of the masses. Moreover, the anger of the masses was not to be trifled with. At this moment, as time slowly passed, not only the 10,000 plus devil cultivator experts, even Xiongda and Xiong Haizi's hearts slowly rose to their throats. At present, all of the other 10,000 demons had already handed in their missions, and all of the spatial pagodas had been counted in front of everyone, and the rankings were out. If that guy didn't come back within 2 hours, then even if the number of Weeping Soul beasts in the small space pagoda that he turned in later did indeed exceed Xiongda's 20,000, this matter could be considered a done deal. The Black Mountain Star's Saint Trial qualification would belong to Xiongda. A game has to have rules. Who told you to be late? It was precisely because of this that Xiongda and Xiong Haizi, father and son, were extremely nervous at this moment. This was because they didn't know if there were more than 20,000 Weeping Soul beasts in the spatial pagoda in Zhang Wuji's hands. After all, when Xiongda saw it with his own eyes, there were about 16,000 of them at the dead end. However, for the rest of the time, even if they continued to capture them one by one, it was estimated that it would be about time after capturing more than 16,000 of them. There was no way the other party would be able to use the same trick a second time. But what about before that? If the other party had done it once before, then Xiong Da's qualification to enter the Holy Sun trial would most likely be lost. This was also the reason why the father and son duo were so nervous. Of course, it wasn't that Xiong Haizi didn't think about sending people to secretly kill that brat. However, Xiong Haizi had a late-stage Black Hole Realm level 7 expert by his side. In the entire Black Mountain Star, although there were at least 20 Black Hole Realm experts, only 3 had reached the Black Hole Realm level 7. Xiong Haizi was a level 9 expert, and he had 2 other level 7 experts under him. However, this was useless. Even if Xiong Haizi were to personally take action, he would not be able to kill the other party in a short period of time. At that time, if there was a large commotion, it would definitely be seen by the other devil experts. He couldn't just kill all the demons, could he? Putting aside the fact that they were all from the Black Mountain Star, the most important thing was that they had already caused such a huge incident in the Weeping Soul Cave. How were they going to convince the other demonic cultivators to enter the Weeping Soul Cave to capture the Weeping Soul Beast? If he couldn't complete the task given by the High Priest, that would be the real trouble. It was precisely because he had considered these factors that Xiong Haizi had no choice but to give up on the idea of secretly sneaking over and killing that pair of master and servant. However, he was not completely unprepared. In any case, there had been a large number of spatial pagodas in the Weeping Soul Cave before, and this matter had to be investigated. In Xiong Haizi's opinion, the person who had secretly done this was most likely attracted by the High Priest's leak of information, and had nothing to do with this pair of master and servant. However, that was not important. Who could be sure of framing someone? This was Xiong Haizi's plan. If the pair of master and servant did not return within 2 hours, then it would be fine, but if they did, humph, regardless of whether the number of weeping soul beasts in the spatial pagodas that Zhang Wuji took out exceeded 20,000, Xiong Haizi had no intention of letting this pair of master and servant go. His precious son was not someone who could be bullied as they wished. Head leader Haizi, I think it's about time. How about, you announce the final candidate for the Black Mountain Star's Holy Sun trial right now? Just as there was only an hour left, the trusted aide sent by the High Priest was obviously a little impatient. He turned his head and glanced at the head leader of Black Mountain Star, Xiong Haizi, and then said, "The High Priest is still waiting. I have to hurry back and report." Hearing this, Xiong Haizi couldn't help but secretly rejoice. No matter what, he had to first obtain the qualifications for the Black Mountain Star's Holy Sun trial. As for Zhang Wuji and his servant, once this matter was settled, he would be able to deal with them freely when they arrived. Thinking of this, Xiong Haizi immediately smiled and nodded. At the same time, he stood up immediately. Just as he was about to announce the final result, 2 figures flew over from the distant horizon like meteors and landed directly in front of the Government Affairs Hall. They were only 200 meters away from the temporary high platform where Xiong Haizi and the High Priest's trusted aide were. Wasn't it Yi Xian and Li Mosquito who had finally returned in time? The more than 10,000 demon cultivators in the square, when they saw Xiong Haizi stand up and was about to announce the final result, all of their faces were filled with disappointment. But at this moment, when they suddenly saw Yi Xian and Li Mosquito appear, their hearts trembled. No one knew who shouted Zhang Wuji's name in excitement. Immediately after, the other devil cultivator rankers all started to shout in response. In just a short breath of time, the 3 words Zhang Wuji resounded throughout the entire plaza of the Government Affairs Center. Such a scene, even Yi Xian was shocked. After being stunned for a moment, he suddenly remembered that this Zhang Wuji seemed to be him. It was a name he casually gave when he registered, but it had only been a month, and he hadn't done anything? Why was there so many cheers in the blink of an eye? At the same time, as the 10,000 demon cultivators cheered Zhang Wuji's name in unison, Xianxia, who was on the high platform, suddenly changed his expression. He faintly had a bad feeling in his heart. As a person who had been in a high position for a long time, he was naturally very clear about the people's hearts. From the looks of it, this guy called Zhang Wuji had clearly won the hearts of the people. Under such circumstances, if he were to go against him, under the anger of the more than 10,000 demon dwellers below, the matter of him secretly manipulating things might be exposed in public by some one of them. Everyone knew it was one thing, but if it was exposed in public, it would not be easy to clean up the mess. At this moment, he suddenly understood the meaning of those 5 words, "Don't bully the anger of the public." Chapter 2747. The trial qualifications are in hand. Zhang Wuji. Zhang Wuji. With the arrival of Yi Xian and Li Mosquito, the 10,000 demons in front of the plaza were inexplicably excited and cheered loudly. This scene greatly surprised the trusted aide sent by High Priest Huiguil. He gave Yi Xian a deep look, then took the spatial pagoda he had tossed onto the stage and began to examine it in front of everyone. As his spiritual power entered the spatial pagoda, his eyes lit up. He looked up at Yi Xian again and reported the number of weeping soul beasts inside. Zhang Wuji, 23,467. Oh, Zhang Wuji, complete victory. When they heard that Yi Xian had indeed lived up to everyone's expectations and crushed Xiongda, who had cheered so arrogantly, the 10,000 demon powerhouses below immediately cheered again. They felt as if they had vindicated the resentment in their hearts and felt completely comfortable. Although Xianxia was the leader of planet Black Mountain, these demon powerhouses still understood the principle that the law could not punish the majority. Furthermore, this matter was originally the fault of the father and son duo. Therefore, the 10,000 demon powerhouses in the plaza did not conceal their support for Yi Xian at all. This made Yi Xian, who did not quite understand the situation, feel a little embarrassed. He only felt that the demon powerhouses of planet Black Mountain were too enthusiastic and too likable. Leader Xianxia, what do you think about this matter? The trusted aide of the high priest turned to look at Xianxia. He naturally knew that the matter with Xiongda was due to the former's cheating. If it were anyone else, he might have gone with the flow and helped push the boat, but this person called Zhang Wuji clearly had an extraordinary background. Not only did he have a black hole realm powerhouse by his side, he also seemed to have a good reputation on planet Black Mountain. Therefore, the trusted aide of the high priest did not intend to play any tricks in this regard. He did not want to end up with unnecessary trouble in the end. That would be meaningless. The high priest had already given this Xianxia a spatial pagoda that didn't have a spiritual restriction seal. Even so, this Xianxia was able to screw up this matter. Why should he blindly worry behind him and even offend him? At this moment, he turned to look at Xianxia. Although he did not finish his words, it was clear that he was urging him to quickly announce the Black Mountain planet's participation in the Black Mosquito tribe's Holy Sun trial in front of everyone. After that, he would be able to bring the spatial pagoda with the large-capacity space pagoda containing the 30 million weeping soul beasts. To be able to harvest such a large number of weeping soul beasts this time, the high priest would surely be pleasantly surprised and would definitely reward him handsomely. Thinking of this, the trusted aide of the high priest was simply anxious to return home. Xianxia clearly understood the other's meaning, but he was extremely unwilling in his heart, and even the corners of his eyes twitched. After looking at the 10,000 or so demon dwellers below, Xianxia secretly remembered a few of the most arrogant fellows. He took a deep breath and then said with a heavy expression, "Before this, there was a large number of spatial pagoda robberies in the underground Weeping Soul Cave. This chief suspects that this matter is related to, tch. Too shameless. This is clearly a covert operation. If you want to talk about robbing the spatial pagoda, anyone can do it, but Zhang Wuji is absolutely impossible. What's the matter? The people around him are helping to herd the sheep, is there a need to rob? But Xiongda, I clearly saw him rob with my own eyes. Wu. Brother, the unlucky person you're talking about is me. My spatial pagoda was stolen by him. But I don't have 20,000 weeping soul beasts in there. Where did he get them? Too shameless, we don't accept this. Without waiting for Xianxia to finish speaking about his suspicion that Yi Xian was the mysterious robber who robbed the spatial pagoda, the 10,000 devil cultivator below immediately began to make a ruckus, even revealing the truth of Xiangda's robbery in front of everyone. Xianxia immediately became nervous and subconsciously glanced at the trusted aide of the high priest beside him. After discovering that the other party was looking at him with a meaningful smile, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and he could no longer remain calm. He naturally knew about Xiangda's robbery. This brat only had his own spatial pagoda robbed, and then he followed suit and robbed others, intending to take it back to complete the task. But if this was done by someone else, it would be fine, but if he, Xianxia's son, did it, it was inevitable that the high priest would not think too much. If he suspected that the 1100 or so unaccounted spatial pagoda were related to him, then this matter would really be difficult to explain. Thinking of this, Xianxia did not dare to continue to tangle on this matter and quickly announced in front of everyone, the final candidate for the Black Mountain Star's Holy Sun trial is Zhang Wuji. When they heard that Xianxia had finally compromised, the 10,000 or so demon dwellers below immediately cheered. They were not happy for Yi Xian, but for themselves. No matter what, although Zhang Wuji had a shepherd by his side, he was at least open and aboveboard. Moreover, he had personally thrown the 20,000 weeping soul beasts into the spatial pagoda one by one. Losing to him was better than losing to Xiangda, who had a good father behind him. This matter could be considered as settled. The right to participate in the Black Mountain Star's Holy Sun trial had ultimately fallen into the hands of Yi Xian. There are still 2 months before we head to the Black Mosquito Star. In order to ensure this, Zhang Wuji, during these 2 months, you are not allowed to take a single step out of Black Mountain City. This chief must ensure your safety. After all, the Holy Sun trial is of great importance. You must understand this. Looking at Yi Xian, Xianxia spoke. Although his expression was calm, there was clearly a trace of cold light that quietly flashed in the depths of his eyes. Yi Xian suddenly understood and immediately sneered. His words were pleasant to hear, but his opponent's intentions were clearly completely different. In this competition for the Holy Sun trial, he was first, and Xiangda was second. If he died, Xiangda would naturally replace him. Not allowed to leave Black Mountain City for 2 months, with Xianxia's strength and methods, even with the Li Mosquito Star, it would be very easy for him to kill Yi Xian. However, although everyone was well aware of this, Yi Xian could not point it out. Otherwise, he would be tactless. Therefore, after hearing this, he frowned and did not say anything. Instead, he nodded. Then, under the guidance of 2 demon dweller experts appointed by Xianxia, he walked towards a residence. The moment he turned around, Yi Xian's gaze subconsciously swept over the trusted aide of the high priest who was cupping his hands and bidding farewell to Xianxia. Just now, he had clearly seen the other party move all the weeping soul beasts from his spatial pagoda into a spatial pagoda that he carried with him. Since that was the case, he could basically confirm that the existence that needed these weeping soul beasts was the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Hui Gulei. However, all this was not the main point. The main point was that the trusted aide of the high priest had clearly come with the intention of taking away all the weeping soul beasts. Furthermore, not only was the other party about to leave Black Mountain Star, he seemed to be alone. Chapter 2748. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Another Robbery. High Priest Hui Gulei's trusted aide was not weak, being at rank 1 Black Hole Realm. However, for Yi Xian, a rank 1 Black Hole Realm was too weak if he wanted to rob the other party. As long as Ba Chai attacked, the other party would be dead for sure. Besides that, the Black Mosquito Star was quite far away from the Black Mountain Star. With the speed of Yi Xian's purple cave shuttle, he could definitely catch up to the other party halfway. Moreover, the purple cave shuttle had a concealment array, so it could appear near the other party without anyone noticing. At the thought of this, Yi Xian immediately made up his mind. There were at least 30 million weeping soul beasts. If he could really rob them, he would really be rich this time. He definitely could not miss this opportunity. With that in mind, he and Li Mosquito were quickly brought to a small, independent courtyard. The courtyard had walls, and as soon as the two entered, a small team of 10 demon scouts immediately rushed over and stood around the courtyard like guards. It looked like protection, but this was clearly house arrest. Yi Xian snorted coldly, then closed the courtyard door and entered the residence in the courtyard with Li Mosquito. According to his estimation, even if Xiong Haizi wanted to kill them, he would not rush over immediately. At the very least, he would have to wait for the situation to blow over. After all, there were still 2 months before they left for the Black Mosquito Star, so there was no hurry. At the very least, Xiong Haizi would definitely not come over in the next few days. Since that was the case, it was the best time to rob them. However, although he had perfect oscillation, he could not protect Li Mosquito and leave quietly. Moreover, Li Mosquito also needed to stay here and occasionally make some noise in the courtyard. If there were 10,000 people coming to visit, they would have to find an excuse to stop them. Therefore, Li Mosquito could not leave. After giving him some instructions, Yi Xian immediately activated his perfect oscillation ability. His figure flashed as he charged out of the small courtyard and towards the horizon. Fortunately, the demon star did not have a star defense array like the human administrative stars. Otherwise, Yi Xian would not be able to leave quietly. After leaving Black Mountain Star, Yi Xian immediately summoned the Purple Hole Shuttle and activated the concealment array to speed along the way. Since his personal interstellar communication network had already connected to the internal interstellar network of planet Black Mountain, he already knew the star map of the entire Black Mosquito tribe. Even without the Li Mosquito leading the way, Yi Xian would not go in the wrong direction on his own. After leaving the starry sky for a distance, Yi Xian stopped in a star field that didn't have a devil domain. He put away the Purple Hole Shuttle, then took out the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship with a wave of his hand. The reason for this was because in order to ensure that nothing would go wrong, he planned to have the Black Mosquito ship's Mount Naibwa and the Black Wind ship's Barakai attack together. After taking out the 2 bastions, he immediately activated the concealment array. After all, they were too big. It would not be good if they were seen by others. After doing all this, Yi Xian entered the Black Wind and brought Babakai, who was overseeing the ship, with him. After exiting the Black Wind, he waved his hand and put it into his undying world. Only then did he lead Babakai into the Black Mosquito. As soon as they entered, Barker rushed over and cupped his hands. Master, Lu Wenxuan has made a breakthrough in the space folding array. He has refined a small private warship and asked me to give it to you. He is currently continuing his research in the Demon Nest, a small private warship with a space folding array. Upon hearing this news, Yi Xian was overjoyed. He hurriedly took a small space box from Barker and gave a few instructions. Only then did he bring Naboshan and Babakai out of the Black Mosquito. With a wave of his hand, he put the Black Mosquito into his undying world. Yi Xian was very interested in this small private warship that Lu Wenxuan had refined. However, he had more important things to do at the moment, so he could only put this matter at the back of his mind for the time being. After summoning the Purple Cave Shuttle, he entered it with Naboshan and Babakai and immediately rushed in the direction of the Black Mosquito Star. Half a day later, under Yi Xian's full control, a warship finally appeared in front of them. Based on the speed and grade of the warship, it should be the personal warship of the High Priest's trusted aide. Prepare to attack. Yi Xian immediately approached with the speed of the Purple Cave Shuttle. When the distance between the 2 sides was less than a kilometer, Yi Xian maintained this speed and then activated space oscillation with a thought. Space oscillation was originally an offensive method that only large warships could use. However, the black hole shuttle that Yi Xian had fused into the purple cave shuttle during his fifth fusion had this ability. However, its range was not large, only a kilometer in radius. Therefore, Yi Xian had to get within a kilometer before he could use it. Wang, as the purple cave shuttle's space oscillation ability was activated, the space within a kilometer radius with the warship as the center began to hum at a high frequency. Under such circumstances, the warship in front of them was like a small boat in a storm, swaying up and down violently. If this kind of space oscillation was used by other warships, the purple cave shuttle's concealment state would immediately be removed after entering the area of the oscillation. However, if the purple cave shuttle used space oscillation itself, its concealment state would not be affected because its body was the source of the oscillation. In other words, the purple cave shuttle was not exposed at all. Under such circumstances, the other party clearly thought that he had encountered a natural space oscillation, so he immediately escaped from the warship. After putting away the warship, he was about to leap out. At this moment, Nebashan and Ba Chai, who were already prepared, disappeared from the purple cave shuttle in a flash. When they reappeared, they were sandwiched between the trusted aide of the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest. At the same time, Yi Xian roared through the purple cave shuttle's sound transmission system, "Stop, this is a robbery." Nebashan? Robbery? Are you kidding? Nebashan was originally the leader of the demon people on the Black Mosquito Star. This trusted aide of the high priest from the Black Mosquito Star obviously knew him, so he cried out softly when he saw him. At first, he did not seem to believe the robbery, but when he saw the aura in Ba Chai's body, which was full of black hole realm level 9 perfection cultivation, his expression changed immediately. Then, he roared at Nebashan, "Nebashan, do you want to die? How dare you rob the high priest's weeping soul beast? I understand, it must be the two of you who attacked on the Black Mountain Star. So noisy." Chapter 2749. Epic Grade Dongshu Shuttle. Yi Xian's figure appeared at the first moment. With a grab of his hand, he swept all the treasures that fell out of the demon beast's body into his unlucky realm. Then, after cutting out the demon beast's brain core with ease, Yi Xian directly raised the Devil Blood Star Tears sword and absorbed all the blood essence in the demon beast's body. He let the corpse fall into the void, then waved at Nebashan and Ba Chai. The three of them entered the purple hole shuttle at the same time and quietly left. This was the first black hole realm demon beast's brain core that Yi Xian had obtained. He was not in a hurry to throw it to the devouring system to extract the spiritual origin energy within. Instead, he stored it in a small spatial box. Vaguely, he had a feeling that this black hole realm demon beast's brain core would definitely be of great use in the future. Then, Yi Xian looked through his spoils of war. The other items did not attract his attention and he threw them all into his undying world. Finally, Yi Xian's attention landed on a small spatial pagoda that looked exactly the same. This small spatial pagoda also had a grade 4 spiritual seal on it. Yi Xian immediately erased it and refined it, leaving his own spiritual seal and spiritual imprint. Finally, he looked at the weeping soul beasts and realized that there were actually more than 34 million weeping soul beasts. In addition to the 4 million weeping soul beasts stored in the other spatial pagoda, the total number of weeping soul beasts in Yi Xian's hands was actually more than 39 million weeping soul beasts. That was close to 40 million weeping soul beasts. We're rich, we're really rich this time." Such a large number of weeping soul beasts made Yi Xian dance with joy and cheer uncontrollably. Although he was happy, he quickly calmed down. Without a doubt, robbing the trusted aide of the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest was like poking a hornet's nest. Although he had an alibi and basically no one would suspect him, it was always better to be careful. In addition, the killing intent of Black Mountain Star's big leader Xiong Haizi also needed to be resolved. With Li Mosquito alone, she was clearly not a match for the other party. Yi Xian decided to bring Empty Naboshan and Ba Chai with him. However, whether it was Empty Naboshan, Li Mosquito, or even Ba Chai, it was no longer appropriate for them to show themselves. In the past, Yi Xian would have had to use the Black Mosquito or the Black Wind to transfer them into his undying world. But if they did that, they would have to take the bastion out first. That would be troublesome, and it wouldn't be wise to reveal the bastion's location. Yi Xian wouldn't have been able to solve this problem in the past, but now, with the appearance of the small private battleship that Barker had given him, everything was no longer a problem. With Yi Xian's current cultivation level, he wouldn't be able to keep a universal star-grade expert into his undying world. The only exception was if the expert was placed in a treasure with an internal folded space, which was equivalent to an independent space. Then, the treasure would be refined before it could be stored. Since Old Man Lu had made a breakthrough in his research into folded space, and had created a small private battleship with a folded space, then Yi Xian could use this battleship to fuse with the Purple Cave Shuttle for the 6th time. Once it was complete, his Purple Cave Shuttle would also have a folded space. When that time came, not only would the Purple Cave Shuttle's interior space be larger, but Empty Naboshan, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, and the others would be able to pass through the shuttle and be absorbed into Yi Xian's undying world. In this way, if he needed to summon them, he would only need to use the Purple Cave Shuttle. He wouldn't have to worry about the risk of his 2 bastions being exposed. Yi Xian grew excited at the thought. Without further ado, he steered the Purple Cave Shuttle to a remote location. Once the 3 of them were out of the shuttle, he took it into his body and tossed it to the fusion system, along with the battleship he'd just received from Barker. At the same time, he tossed in a mountain of planetary core sources as energy for the fusion. Very quickly, the system's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Discovered treasure that can be fused. Small private battleship, Purple Cave Shuttle, void stacking ship. Do you wish to fuse? It was only now that Yi Xian realized the small private battleship was originally called the void stacking ship. It was a fitting name indeed. As he sighed, he immediately gave an affirmative reply. Then, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Command confirmed. Purple Cave Shuttle beginning 6th fusion, progress 1. At this point, Yi Xian was finally able to relax. According to his calculations, this fusion would take at least 10 days to complete. After all, this was the 6th fusion, and the time needed to complete would increase exponentially. However, Yi Xian obviously didn't have such a long time to waste here. After all, something big had happened, and he wasn't sure if Xiong Haizi would go to the small courtyard where he was under house arrest to check it out. If he really went, everything would be over. Because of this, in order to increase the speed of the fusion, Yi Xian threw level 8 legendary planetary core sources to the fusion system as energy for the fusion. Anyway, he already had plenty of such legendary level 8 planetary core sources. He hoped that the level of the planetary core sources he threw in was so high that the fusion speed would increase quickly this time. This was also a choice he had no choice but to make. As for whether it would be effective or not, Yi Xian had no idea at all. After doing all this, he, Naboshan, and Ba Chai hid in a secluded place, quietly waiting for the result of the 6th fusion. What caught Yi Xian off guard was that after only half a day, the familiar system's voice rang in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Fusion successful. Epic Star Battleship Dongshu Shuttle has been obtained. Done? Done so quickly? The surprise came so quickly that even Yi Xian was a little caught off guard. He was stunned for a moment. Without a doubt, this was the result of him using the level 8 Black Star Core origin as the fusion energy. After all, he usually used level 1 and level 2 items. This time, he suddenly used a level 8 Black Star Core origin. The quality of the fusion energy increased so quickly, so the fusion speed naturally increased correspondingly. However, wasn't the increase from 10 days to half a day a bit too much? It seemed that if he was in a hurry to complete the fusion in the future, he could try using a level 9-colored planetary core source. The fusion speed would probably be even faster. Other than that, what made Yi Xian even happier was that after this fusion, the Purple Hole Shuttle, which was originally only at the Starry Sky Legend level, had finally leaped to become an epic-level treasure like his battle weapon and battle armor. Chapter 2750. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. The Wrath of the High Priest. After the sixth fusion, the Dongshu shuttle was almost the same as the previous Purple Hole Shuttle in terms of appearance, but the changes inside were huge. This kind of private small battleship was basically only 100 meters in diameter and 300 meters in length. The space inside was also the same. However, excluding the space occupied by some functional areas and equipment, the real cabin was actually not very big. It was only 100 meters in radius, which was about 10,000 square meters. But now, the space inside the Dongshu shuttle had been increased by 100 times because of the perfect folding array. Moreover, it had 3 floors, top, middle, and bottom. From the inside, it felt like a small space fortress. The top floor was the main control room, and the middle floor was the power room and some other empty cabins. As for the bottom floor, it was a huge square. Of course, if necessary, it could be divided and used for storage. With such a large space, even 10,000 demon dwellers could fit in it. Of course, in that case, there would not be much space for them to move around, and they would have to stay in their own cabins. After a round of inspection, Yi Xian immediately took out the Black Mosquito shuttle again. Then, he let Gui Haidao lead the 1,000 demon slaves under his command into the Dongshu shuttle. They set up camp on the middle floor and cultivated with all their might. In the future, if he encountered something that required more manpower, Yi Xian would not be restricted by the inconvenience of taking out the space fortress. In addition, seeing that Gui Haidao could lead the 1,000 demon slaves out to carry out missions, the wretched mosquito butcher also took the initiative to invite Ying. Yi Xian thought that this guy was weird and could sometimes take charge alone, so he directly agreed. Very quickly, Gui Haidao led his 1,000 demon slaves into the second level of the Dongshu shuttle. As for Yi Xian, he just brought Mount Nabu, Ba Chai, and Li Mosquito to the first level above. Then, he activated the Dongshu shuttle that had activated the concealment formation and quickly rushed towards Black Mountain Star. After arriving at Black Mountain, Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the Dongshu shuttle into the undying world in his body. Then, he activated the perfect vibration skill again and quickly entered the interior of Black Mountain Star, heading toward Black Mountain City. At this point, only a single day had passed since he'd left and returned. After quietly returning to the small courtyard where he was under house arrest, Yi Xian asked Li Mosquito. After learning that Xiong Haizi hadn't come in the past day, he finally relaxed. No matter what, no one would suspect him and Li Mosquito for the assassination of the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest's trusted aide. After all, they had not left this small courtyard the entire day, and there were many demon dweller scouts guarding the courtyard. There was no doubt about that. Just as Yi Xian was rejoicing, a large number of demon dweller scouts suddenly roared from outside. Their footsteps were hurried, and it seemed to be quite noisy. Just as Yi Xian was feeling suspicious, the courtyard door was suddenly pushed open. Xiong Haizi walked in with large strides with a sullen face. This immediately made Yi Xian secretly rejoice. Fortunately, he had returned in time. If he had been a little later, this matter would have been exposed. Xiong Haizi obviously came with a purpose this time. After entering the courtyard and seeing Li Mosquito, he immediately frowned and fell into deep thought. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be because the matter of the high priest's trusted aide being assassinated midway had been exposed. Xiong Haizi suspected Li Mosquito, so he immediately rushed over. Seeing that she did not leave, he was disappointed and began to ponder other matters. Team leader, what's going on? Listening to the movement outside, it seems to be quite noisy. Yi Xian sneered in his heart and immediately asked. The high priest's special envoy was assassinated on the way back to the Black Mosquito Star. He only had time to secretly send a message to the high priest with a secret technique before he was killed. Xianxia was still muttering to himself, so he only casually replied. Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart suddenly beat wildly. He actually didn't notice that the other party had sent a private message. It seemed that it was done using a secret technique. However, he didn't know what the content of the private message was, which was very important. Unfortunately, the content of the private message only had the word "nai," but even so, the result is very clear. It must be the people of the Black Nai tribe. Humph, relying on the fact that their holy son is the only one who successfully obtained a certain kind of spiritual inheritance the first time he entered the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, their future development is limitless. This Black Nai tribe is simply becoming more and more rampant. Just as Yi Xian's heart was beating wildly, the answer he wanted to know was directly said by Xianxia. The other party obviously had a purpose for doing this. Halfway through, Xianxia paused and glanced at Yi Xian before continuing. Jianghu Ji, right now, a spy from the Black Nai tribe has infiltrated my Black Mountain Star. You'd best be careful. The high priest has already ordered a strict investigation. If you encounter a spy from the Black Nai tribe, kill them on the spot. So, I advise you not to run around, otherwise, even this leader won't be able to protect you. In other words, this was clearly a preventive measure. First, he would put on a show on the surface, then secretly get rid of Yi Xian and push everything to the so-called spy from the Black Nai tribe. It was indeed a good plan. Yi Xian immediately sneered, but his expression did not change. He hesitated for a moment, then cupped his hands at Xianxia and said, "Leader, Li Mosquito is just a senior that I met by chance in the Black Mosquito Star field and befriended. The two of us hit it off, so she agreed to help me obtain the right to enter the Black Mountain Star field to participate in the Black Mountain Star trial. Now that she has fulfilled her promise, she already has the intention to leave. Coincidentally, the situation on Black Mountain Star here is strange, so it is inconvenient for her to stay, lest she arouses suspicion. So, what I mean is, if I stay here, I will be protected by the demon scouts sent by the leader, so there won't be any safety issues. Since Li Mosquito wants to leave, I wonder if the leader will allow her to leave." Well, hearing Yi Xian's words, Xianxia was immediately overjoyed. He was worried that there was a rank 7 Black Hole Realm expert here who would make a move on Yi Xian. He was afraid that the commotion would be too great, and it would be difficult to get away with it. Since this boy was courting death, he took the initiative to ask the Black Hole Realm expert to leave. Naturally, he could not ask for more. However, no matter how happy he was, Xianxia did not show it on his face. He even pretended to hesitate for a moment, then sighed and said, "Of course you can leave, but the situation outside is chaotic, so you don't have to send me off, lest you encounter a spy from the Black Nai tribe. It won't be good if something unexpected happens." Chapter 2751. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Killing intent descends, it's so chaotic outside. I don't dare to run around. I hope you can send another scout team to guard outside. Yi Xian sneered inwardly, but his face was full of smiles. He said to Xianxia, "Since Li Mosquito has left, I'll start my closed-door training. If I can reach the first level of the meteor state in 2 months, I'm sure my chances of becoming the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son will be greatly increased. This is also the glory of the Black Mountain planet." In other words, he seemed to be saying that he would definitely win the 10 Great Demon Planets trial and become the new holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe. Unexpectedly, Liang was now beginning to take a pinching stance, requesting Xianxia to assign even more Devil Dweller scouts to protect him. Xianxia despised him in his heart, but the more Yi Xian acted like this, the more at ease he felt. He immediately agreed and sent another group of Demon Cultivator scouts, instructing them to protect this small courtyard and ensure Yi Xian's safety. Only then did he walk out of the small courtyard with Li Mosquito and soar into the sky above Black Mountain Star. Li Mosquito was a late-stage Star Cave State 7th level expert. Since she was going to leave, he naturally had to see her leave the Black Mountain planet with his own eyes. In fact, as soon as the two left, Yi Xian closed the courtyard door, returned to his room, and activated his perfect vibration skill. He immediately jumped up and followed behind. He followed the two all the way to the atmosphere of the Black Mountain planet. Xianxia stopped there, but Li Mosquito went straight out of the atmosphere and into the outer space. Yi Xian didn't stop for a moment. When he passed by Li Mosquito, he secretly sent her a voice transmission, asking her to follow. Then, Yi Xian led Li Mosquito into the void and arrived at the back of a barren planet. He took out the Dongshu shuttle and let Li Mosquito enter it. Then, he put away the shuttle and hurried back. Originally, Yi Xian had thought that Xianxia would make a move against him as soon as possible. That was why he had been so anxious and hurried all the way back. Who would have thought that after returning to the house arrest courtyard, he would have to wait for a full half a day, but Xianxia still hadn't shown up. He was obviously busy dealing with the Black Nai tribe spy. As for Yi Xian's matter, since Li Mosquito had left, he could deal with it at any time. Naturally, he would put it aside and leave it hanging. At this moment, Xianxia would never have imagined that Yi Xian was also hesitating in his heart. He had been pondering whether to take him in or kill him this time. If the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest's trusted aide hadn't been killed, killing this Xianxia would have been enough to vent his hatred. However, it was clearly not the right time to do so now. First, his trusted aide had been killed. Then, even the Black Mountain Star's high priest had been killed. This matter would probably instantly enrage the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest and high priest. When that time came, there would be big trouble if they personally came to investigate. Those two fellows were supreme existences of the Origin realm. Even if Ba Chai and the others joined forces, they would definitely not be a match for them. If something fishy were to be discovered, it would be impossible to clean up the mess. The risk was too great. Since that was the case, he could only take him in. After making the decision, Yi Xian immediately began to prepare a level 10 slave seal. Fortunately, he had several level 9 slave seals in his possession for emergencies. There were also many other seals below level 9. Therefore, in just a few days, he finally used one of the level 9 slave seals to successfully condense a level 10 slave seal. Just as he finished all this, Xianxia arrived. He almost didn't make it in time, which caused Yi Xian's heart to tighten as he became vigilant. It seemed that he still had to make some more preparations for the slave seals in his possession. After this matter, it would be best to condense a few more level 10 or even level 11 ones as backup. If he were to encounter such a situation again, it would be really depressing if he were to be restrained because he did not prepare enough slave seals. From the very beginning, Xianxia had been determined to kill Yi Xian. As a result, even the place that Xianxia chose to imprison him was an extremely remote small courtyard. In addition, the demon scouts guarding outside were all his men. Li Mosquito was also not present. Therefore, in Xianxia's opinion, killing the other party today was a done deal. There was no more suspense. However, this brat had not shown any respect in front of him. Therefore, Xianxia did not plan to leave immediately after killing him. At the very least, he wanted to let the other party have a taste of his own methods before killing him. It would also let the other party know the consequences of being disrespectful to a Black Hole Realm rank 9 leader. Wait outside. No matter what happens inside later, just pretend that you didn't hear anything. I'm going to torture that brat properly. Standing outside the small courtyard, Xianxia gave instructions to the demon scout standing guard outside. Then, he worriedly used his mental power to set up a simple soundproof formation before walking in. That brat is a little mischievous. It won't be good if someone hears him if he howls too loudly. With that in mind, Xianxia entered the courtyard and closed the door behind him. "Leader, you're finally here. I've been waiting for 2 to 3 days." Actually, Yi Xian was already alarmed when the other party used his mental energy to set up this simple soundproof formation. It was precisely because of this that his words were very casual. In any case, he couldn't hear them from the outside. "You knew I was coming?" Xianxia frowned. Yi Xian's calm behavior made him feel slightly uneasy, but he could not figure out what was wrong even after thinking hard. "How do I only know you're coming? I even know that you purposely arranged for me to stay in such a remote courtyard so that you won't alarm anyone when you kill me." Shrugging his shoulders, the smile on Yi Xian's face grew even wider. "Moreover, if I'm not wrong, the leader should have already informed the scouts and guards outside. No matter what they hear later, they should just pretend that they didn't hear anything, right?" But even so, Big Leader still used his mental power to set up a simple soundproof formation before stepping in. "From this point of view, Big Leader probably wants to torture me before killing me, right? Brat, what are you playing at? Do you think I won't dare to kill you just because you're bluffing?" What was even stranger was that as he spoke, he was actually laughing non-stop. He didn't have the slightest awareness that he was about to be killed. This kind of strangeness caused Xianxia to be bewildered, and his heart to immediately become even more furious. What right did an ant that was only at the peak of the 9th rank of the Star Core realm have to be so arrogant in front of him? "No, I'm not bluffing." The smile on Yi Xian's face became even more brilliant. He looked at Xianxia and said, "I really want to thank the leader, because all the preparations you've made are actually. It's exactly what I want to do, but it's not convenient for me to do." Chapter 2752. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. "Come over and give me a squeeze, thank you, team leader." As Yi Xian expressed his sincere thanks, the smile on his face vanished as an intense wave of mind power surged out of his body. This was a sign that all the mind power in the mind source core in his sea of consciousness was leaking out of his body. Thanks to this powerful activation, a high-grade oppressive aura formed a wave of mind power that enveloped Xianxia's body. Although his mind power was far inferior to his opponents in terms of quantity and cultivation base, Yi Xian's source core grade was a 4th grade 1, while Xianxia's had only undergone a single transformation. His 2nd grade source core was far inferior to Yi Xian's. 4th grade mind power? Xianxia exclaimed in surprise. His face was full of shock as he suddenly realized something. "No wonder you are so arrogant, kid. No wonder that Black Hole Grade 7th grade entity took the initiative to form a good relationship with you. Your innate talent in mind power is actually so astonishing. In the entire Black Mosquito tribe, the only person with a 4th grade mind source core is the High Priest. Your innate talent in mind power isn't even comparable to that of the Black Nai tribe's Holy Son. If you were allowed to enter the Demon Emperor planet's Forbidden Land, I'm afraid that you would definitely obtain some sort of mind power inheritance. If your mind source core breaks through to the 5th grade one day, I'm afraid that even the Demon Emperor would be alarmed. Such a monstrous talent is really shocking. However, because of this, you will definitely die today. The enmity between us is already very difficult to resolve. The greater your potential, the stronger my desire to kill you today." Xianxia's expression gradually turned sinister as he said this. "Do you know why I'm telling you all this? It's because I want to tell you that you originally had such a bright future. The more you act like this, the more painful it will be for you when you die. So what if you have a 4th grade mind power? Although the grade is high, the quantity is too little. It's not even worth mentioning. Zhang Wuji, you're destined to die in my hands today." Speaking up to here, a smile once again surfaced on Xianxia's face as he sighed endlessly. TSK, killing such a monstrous genius, this feeling is truly wonderful. Even though I don't like your face, I have to admit that at least your reminder made me know how outstanding I am. Under such circumstances, I have a general idea of what kind of attitude I should show others when I go to the Black Mosquito tribe in the future." Shrugging his shoulders, Yi Xian also sighed. "Originally, I really wanted to kill you, but since you at least reminded me, this can be considered a reason for me to decide not to kill you. So, you can be considered to have saved your own life, you dog shit luck. Idiot." Whoosh. As the last two words came out of his mouth, Yi Xian did not hesitate to summon the Dongshu shuttle. Almost at the same time, the three Black Hole Realm powerhouses, Ba Chai, Mount Naibua, and Li Mosquito, who were already prepared inside, suddenly rushed out and surrounded Xiong Haizi in the middle in a triangle formation. At the same time, they urged their mental powers to wrap around him. Mount Naibua? Li Mosquito? This. Xiong Haizi obviously knew about Mount Naibua, but as far as he knew, Mount Naibua was clearly not in the first universe, but at the frontline of the third universe of the human race. In addition, wasn't Li Mosquito, a Black Hole Realm Rank 7 powerhouse, personally sent out of planet Black Mountain by him not long ago? Even if he could sneak back in, could it be that the Demon Dweller scouts he had stationed outside were dead? How could they not even know that she was under house arrest in this small courtyard? Of course, all of this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that in addition to these two people, there was an unfamiliar demon powerhouse who was in the same realm as him. This gorgeous formation, coupled with being caught off guard, caused Xiong Haizi's figure to be suddenly trapped. Of course, part of the reason for this was the effect of the mental suppression activated by Yi Xian. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian raised his hand and shot out the level 10 slave seal. It instantly touched Xiong Haizi's forehead and disappeared in a flash. Everything was settled now. After a while, the confusion in Xiong Haizi's eyes disappeared, and he regained his clarity. He obediently walked in front of Yi Xian and respectfully called him master. "Alright, everyone can go back. He will accompany me here, so it's not convenient for you to show yourself." After completely putting down his worries, Yi Xian directly let Mount Naibua, Ba Chai, and Li Mosquito return to the Dongshu shuttle that was suspended in the air above the small courtyard. He then waved his hand and kept it in the undying world in his body. He then turned around and sat down on a recliner in the courtyard. After lying down, Yi Xian shook his legs slightly, causing the recliner to sway gently. He pointed at his arm and said, "Haizi, come over. Pinch it, it's a little sore." "Yes, master." Xiong Haizi obediently walked over and squatted by the side. He carefully pinched and did not dare to say a word. "Don't call me that in the future. After all, this is your territory. When people are around, you can just call me Wuji. I'll call you Leader Xiong. As for when there's no one, it's up to you." With a grin, Yi Xian enjoyed Planet Black Mountain's leader's massage while closing his eyes slightly. "Tell me about the Weeping Soul Beasts and the High Priest. Tell me everything you know." This was what he was most concerned about. Similarly, on Planet Black Mountain, this was the only thing that could arouse Yi Xian's interest. There was basically nothing else. "Yes, master." Xiong Haizi responded and immediately told him everything he knew. Yi Xian occasionally asked a few questions, but the final result disappointed him greatly. Although it was confirmed that the existence who needed these weeping soul beasts and the spatial pagoda was indeed one of the two origin realm experts of the Black Mosquito tribe, the tribe's high priest, Hue Gulei. However, as for why Hue Gulei needed these weeping soul beasts and what other uses they had, even Xiong Haizi had no idea. Yi Xian was worried that the other party had not thought of this and did not take the initiative to say it. Therefore, Yi Xian even asked a few questions specifically. However, the final result was still the same. This greatly disappointed him. At the same time, the suspicion in his heart grew stronger. If even Xiong Haizi, the leader of Planet Black Mountain, did not know, then what kind of trick was the High Priest, Hue Gulei, playing? Chapter 2753. Bold unfilial son. Previously, before Xianxia entered this small courtyard, he had only used his mental power to set up a simple soundproof formation. Therefore, if someone came from outside, he could still push the door open with a light push. Of course, because there were 2 teams of 20 Devil Cultivator scouts guarding outside, ordinary people would naturally not be able to enter and would be stopped. However, this did not include the young master of Black Mountain City, or even the entire Black Mountain Star, the big bear that Yi Xian thought of. Xiongda originally did not know that his father had come to deal with Yi Xian today. He only found out after asking, so he immediately rushed over. He also hated Yi Xian to the core. Previously, he had tricked him in the underground Weeping Soul Cave, and later on, he had even snatched the qualifications to enter the Black Mountain Star's Holy Sun trial. It was precisely because of his deep hatred that Xiongda rushed over as soon as he heard that his father was coming over. He also wanted to vent his anger and humiliate Yi Xian before he was killed. Who would have thought that when he pushed open the door, the scene inside would be so terrifying? That guy called Zhang Wuji was lying on the recliner like a woman, while his own father was actually squatting at the side and massaging his arms as if he was trying to flatter him. For a moment, Xiongda felt his mind explode, and his entire person was in a mess. He stood there with his eyes wide open, and his mouth wide open, as if he had just been struck by lightning. "Father, what are you?" After being stunned for a few moments, Xiongda's face turned pale and he subconsciously asked. However, in reality, he already had an answer in his mind. At this moment, Xiongda thought of the rumors that had been secretly spreading in Black Wind City in the past few years, saying that his father liked men. If that wasn't the case, why didn't the leader, Xianxia, remarry even though young Master Xiongda's mother had been dead for decades? It was clearly inconvenient. He couldn't possibly marry a male devil cultivator to be young Master Xiong's mother, right? Xiongda used to scoff at these rumors. However, the scene before him made him believe these rumors. Moreover, he believed them almost instantly. Apart from this explanation, was there any other reason that made sense? As for this guy called Zhang Wuji, his father should have hated him the most, but now he was treating him like this. If this wasn't because he was successfully bewitched by this guy's manliness, then what else could it be? For a moment, a monstrous anger surged in Xiongda's chest. When he thought of the dirty scene of this damn guy and his father naked together, Xiongda's whole body trembled, and he felt like he was about to explode. All of this fell into the eyes of Yi Xian. However, he was obviously mistaken. He thought that the reason why Xiongda was so angry was because he had taken away the right to participate in the trial of the Black Mountain Star Saint. As he thought of this, the expression on Yi Xian's face immediately eased up, and his gaze towards Xiongda also became gentle. To be honest, this kid was actually quite pitiful. He had been robbed for no reason. Later on, his mental strength had probably suffered a lot. He had even been forced to learn how to rob others. But in the end, he had still lost the right to participate in the trial of the Black Mountain Star Saint. Now that he thought he could take revenge, he didn't expect to suddenly see his own father acting like this in front of his enemy. Thinking of this, Yi Xian sighed faintly and said loudly, "Xiongda, what happened before is in the past. Now, your father and I have turned weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk. If we really want to talk about it, you are just a junior. Forget it, I won't argue with you anymore. In the future, we will all be family. There is nothing to be embarrassed about." There was nothing wrong with these words. Even your father had become my servant. If we aren't family, then what are we? But in Xiongda's ears, this was not the case at all. The family he understood was a family of 3. Could it be that his father had been bewitched by this kid to such an extent that he wanted to marry someone who was about the same age as him to be his mother? The key was that this person, was a man. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xiongda's eyes were about to split open. He no longer had the mood to pay attention to Yi Xian. After all, in this matter, the most important thing was his father's attitude and decision. Therefore, after Xiongda glared fiercely at Yi Xian, he directly looked at his father, Xiong Heizi. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Father, give me a word. Do you want this man or me, your biological son?" These words, Xiongda practically roared out loud, so even the 20 devil cultivator scouts outside heard it. At this moment, they were all squeezing at the door to look inside. When these devil cultivator scouts saw the situation inside the door, heard Xiongda's words, and then thought about the words that had been secretly spread in Black Mountain City for the past few years. As a result, they almost instantly understood, and an expression of sudden realization surfaced on their faces. No wonder there were 20 devil cultivator scouts guarding outside, but the team leader was still worried and set up a simple soundproof array before entering the small courtyard. No wonder even so, he still deliberately reminded them that no matter what sounds came from inside, they were not allowed to enter. They had to pretend that they did not hear anything. After all this time, it turned out. TSK, what a good mood. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 20 devil cultivator scouts outside immediately had strange expressions on their faces. However, thinking that this kind of thing was not suitable for them to watch, they quickly retreated to the two sides of the courtyard door. However, without exception, their ears were all opened, and they carefully listened to the movements in the courtyard through the open courtyard door. "Pa! You unfilial son, why aren't you apologizing to Wuji?" The crisp sound of a slap rang out, scaring the 20 devil cultivator scouts on both sides of the courtyard door. Their expressions immediately became serious. Immediately after, the team leader Xiong Heizi's thunderous roar came from inside. He actually called Xiongda an unfilial son, which confirmed their guess. One had to know, because Xiongda's birth mother had passed away early. Since he was young, the team leader Xiong Heizi had always doted on him. It could be said that in the entire Black Mountain Star, as long as Xiongda wanted it, there was basically nothing that Xiong Heizi couldn't get. It was also because of this reason that Xiongda's domineering personality was formed. But today, at this moment, in this unexpected small courtyard, Big Boss Xiong Heizi, who had never even loudly reprimanded Xiongda, actually gave Xiongda a ruthless slap on the face for that guy called Zhang Wuji, and even called him an unfilial son. It seemed that the team leader had truly met his true love this time. With that thought in mind, the 20 devil cultivator scouts outside the courtyard immediately exchanged glances, secretly becoming vigilant in their hearts. In the future, on Black Mountain Star, other than young Master Xiongda, there would be another existence that they absolutely could not offend. Chapter 2754. Cleansing Weeping Soul Cave. Because of Yi Xian's existence, Xiong Heizi and Xiongda almost turned against each other. At first, Yi Xian didn't understand what was going on, but when he heard Xiongda's unintentional words, he suddenly understood and broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he originally planned to move to Xiongda's mansion to live. Fortunately, he didn't, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. It was precisely because of this that Xiongda finally stopped talking about this matter. In any case, although this guy called Zhang Wuji had taken away his father's soul, he was still tactful in the end and didn't move to the Black Mountain Star's mansion to be his stepmother. As for Xiong Heizi wanting to keep such a disgusting thing outside the Black Mountain Star's mansion, as his son, he couldn't do anything about it. The storm of this matter calmed down very quickly. Yi Xian still lived in the original small courtyard, and there were still 2 teams of 20 demons guarding outside day and night. But the nature was completely different from before. Previously, it was house arrest, but now it was real protection. In fact, after these 3 days, the Black Mountain Star's boss, Xiong Heizi, would come here whenever he had nothing to do. Every time he came, he would carry something in his hand. With one look, one could tell that it was filled with delicious food and drinks. This was just because Yi Xian casually asked what special delicacies there were on Black Mountain Star, and as a loyal demon slave, Xiong Heizi took the initiative to buy them. All of this was originally very normal, and Yi Xian enjoyed it with a clear conscience. But in the eyes of others, it was clearly this Jianghu Ji had just been favored, and the Black Mountain Star and the Black Mountain Star were in their honeymoon period. Regarding this, many of the devil cultivator experts who had supported Yi Xian sighed and expressed their regret. A devil cultivator youth who originally had a great future ahead of him could clearly rely on his strength to fight, but in the end, he chose such a path and relied on selling his but to live. Thinking about it made people sigh endlessly. In these 3 days, most of Yi Xian's time was used to condense the slave seal. This time, subduing Xiong Heizi was an unexpected and temporary decision, but it was this temporary decision that almost made him fail to prepare a 10th level slave seal in time. After learning this lesson, Yi Xian decided to properly prepare the slave seal in his hands. In a short span of 3 days, he'd created another level 10 slave seal. In addition, there were also quite a few level 9, level 8, and level 8 slave seals. But this was obviously still not enough. Yi Xian didn't plan to continue condensing the slave seals here. He planned to sneak into the underground Weeping Soul Cave and enter the depths. He would release Li Mosquito, Nabashan, Ba Chai, Gue Haidao, and the 1,000 fiend slave experts under his command. He would give each of them a small spatial pagoda and let them split up to capture the Weeping Soul Beast. Then, he would settle his own matters in the Weeping Soul Cave with peace of mind. On one hand, it was to condense the slave seal. Yi Xian's plan was to produce at least 2 level 11 and 2 level 10. As for the other level 9 and below, it would be enough to have some backup. The reason why he prepared 2 11th level ones was because he considered that the Demon Emperor planet, might very well have a 9th level origin realm, perfect 9th level existence. He was already at the pinnacle of the 9th realm and could step into the 10th realm at any time. Therefore, if Yi Xian were to use a level 10 slave seal to subdue him, it might not be completely safe. Therefore, he had to prepare 2 level 11 slaves to be absolutely safe. Of course, it didn't mean that he had the intention to subdue such an existence. According to his estimations, such an existence wasn't much different from the Demon Emperor. With Yi Xian's current strength, although there was a possibility of successfully subduing it, the danger was just as great. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he wouldn't have used such a method even if he was beaten to death in a life-and-death situation. But it was better to be prepared. In addition to this matter, he also planned to try to break through the 9th level perfect core realm in the Weeping Soul Cave, to see if he could enter the second great realm, the Meteor Realm. Previously, when Yi Xian had advanced so quickly, there was indeed a situation where his foundation was unstable. However, after such a period of time had passed, the problem of his foundation being unstable no longer existed. This was the best time to break through to the second great realm. Of course, the main reason why he left Black Mountain City was because Yi Xian couldn't stand the way the Demon Emperor experts looked at him when they saw him. In these 3 days, while Yi Xian was condensing the slave seals, he also went out to walk around Black Mountain City as if he was relaxing. As a result, the Demon Emperor experts he met all avoided him as if he was a ghost. Among them, Yi Xian even saw many of the Demon Emperor experts who had clamored to support him at the Black Mountain City Plaza. However, only a few days had passed, and when these Demon Emperor experts saw him again, their eyes were all ready. It really made one sigh. Yi Xian even had a feeling that if he continued to stay in Black Mountain City like this and went out a few more times, he would definitely be driven crazy by those strange gazes outside. On the 4th day, Yi Xian couldn't stay any longer. He called Xiong Heizi over and gave him some instructions. Then, he quietly left Black Mountain City alone, heading towards the northern wastelands where the Weeping Soul Cave was located. Calculating the time, there were only 50 days left before he had to go to the Black Mosquito tribe's main planet, the Black Mosquito Star. In these 50 days, his mission was still very important. He had to hurry. After half a day of hurrying, Yi Xian finally entered the Weeping Soul Cave again. Due to the unexpected assassination of the High Priest's trusted aide, whether it was the High Priest's forces or the Black Mountain Star's forces, the most important task was to hunt down the Black Nai tribe's spies. The experts dispatched by the High Priest were active in the nearby star fields outside the Black Mountain Star. And the 10,000 Demon Emperor scouts under the command of the Black Mountain Star's leader, Xianxia, had just started a carpet search inside the Black Mountain Star. Using both sides at the same time, they swore to find the Black Nai tribe spies hidden in the dark. Otherwise, they would not give up. Under such circumstances, the second round of capture of the Weeping Soul Cave by the Black Mountain Star was temporarily put on hold. At present, there was not a single Demon Emperor expert in sight in the entire Weeping Soul Cave. Only a large number of Weeping Soul beasts' mournful howls could be heard. With the departure of the 10,000 Demon Emperor experts, the Weeping Soul beasts that were almost extinct in the outer area could be seen gradually, but they were still extremely rare. Therefore, after Yi Xian entered the Weeping Soul Cave, he did not stop at the outer area. Instead, he directly rushed towards the deepest part of the underground cave. After another half a day, Yi Xian finally entered the core area of the Weeping Soul Cave. The mournful howls that entered his ears were endless. Chapter 2755. The second great realm. Following the appearance of the Dongshu worship, the 1,000 or so demon-kin experts that Yi Xian had kept in the cabin all walked out one after another. Li Mosquito, Naboshan, and Ba Chai, the three black hole realm peerless existences, as well as Gui Haidao's 1,000 demon slaves army. Everyone was given a small spatial pagoda by Yi Xian. In any case, he had snatched more than 1,000 pagoda previously, and all of them had their rank 4 mental seals removed. Now, anyone could use them. Yi Xian then gave the same instructions. The 1,000 demon slaves army was originally fully organized, consisting of 1,000-man squadrons and 110-man squadrons. Now, there was no need for them to be divided into groups at the last minute. In the blink of an eye, they spread out in a carpet-style encirclement, spreading out in all directions. As for Li Mosquito, Naboshan, and Ba Chai, they were free to move about. With their strength, even if they were alone, the speed at which they captured the beasts was extremely impressive. Yi Xian could already see another bountiful harvest coming soon. With the large army going to capture the Weeping Soul beasts, Yi Xian naturally didn't have to do it himself. He had more important things to do, and that was to break through his personal cultivation. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian prepared to break through to the first stage of the meteor realm in one go. His figure flashed, and he quickly found a remote corner in the deepest region of the Weeping Soul Cave. After capturing the small number of Weeping Soul beasts in the surroundings, Yi Xian directly sat down cross-legged in the deepest part of the corner. Because he was breaking through to the next great realm, the star core origins that Yi Xian used to absorb the star core origins were all Class 7 purple star core origins. Furthermore, he threw them out one cube at a time. Of course, he also had better Class 8 black star cores and Class 9 9-colored star cores. However, he was only breaking through to the second great realm, so Yi Xian didn't plan on using those legendary star core origins. Otherwise, if he raised a crafty one, it would be even more difficult for him to break through in the future. After all, this was the early stage. He couldn't be too extravagant. As he threw out the level 7 purple star core origin, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Discovered star core origin. Do you want to collect it immediately? Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Xian immediately gave an affirmative answer. Then, he closed his eyes and began to practice the cultivation method of the incomplete Dongshu scripture. His consciousness gradually entered the distant void that exuded an ancient aura. Screech! This time, the giant tortoise, which was so large that it was almost as large as an entire universe, did not appear. However, Yi Xian heard a high-pitched and ear-piercing cry of a tortoise. It was so powerful that it seemed to be able to split the heavens and the earth apart. It shook the entire quiet and simple void, faintly bringing out a rumbling sound in the void. As the high-pitched cry of a tortoise resounded, right in front of Yi Xian's vision, in the middle of a vast and empty star field, a small purple object was reflected in Yi Xian's vision. This was clearly a star core. It was extremely small and glowed with a dark purple color. For some reason, at this moment, following the high-pitched cry of a tortoise, it began to slowly rotate on its own, and its speed became faster and faster. It was this rotation that caused the dark purple color to appear as if it was flickering, which attracted Yi Xian's attention. In fact, this small purple star core had always existed. However, because it was too small before, it had never attracted Yi Xian's attention. At this moment, Yi Xian's gaze was focused on the dark purple star core. After a few glances, a trace of understanding arose in his heart. If he was not mistaken, this star core should represent the state of his cultivation of the Dongshu scripture. Yi Xian was now in the star core state, so this star core was only a small star core. If Yi Xian entered the 8th stage of the black hole state in the future, then this small dark purple star core would most likely evolve into a real black hole. At this moment, as this dark purple star core rotated rapidly, strands of purple star core source energy drifted over from the vast void around it. The suction force produced by the rotation of the dark purple star core was sucked in and absorbed. These strands of purple star core energy should be the source of the level 7 purple star core that Yi Xian provided to the devouring system to absorb and break through to the next realm. Right now, as large amounts of purple star core source energy were being sucked in, the rapidly rotating dark purple star core's volume was rapidly increasing. In the blink of an eye, it had become much thicker, and it was still increasing rapidly like a rolling snowball. In the context of the starry sky state, a practitioner's cultivation state was related to the stars in the universe. After the star core state was the meteor state. If there were no accidents, Yi Xian's cultivation state would break through to the meteor state. Then, in the inheritance shadow that appeared in his sea of consciousness, this rapidly rotating dark purple star core would grow to the size of a small meteor. For a small star core to grow to the size of a small meteor, this process would obviously take a very long time in the real universe. Right now, because of the rapid rotation of the dark purple star core and the appearance of the strands of purple star core source energy from the void around it, this process was extremely shortened. However, it was still a transformation from a star core to a meteor. No matter how fast it was, it could not be completed in a day. Yi Xian was very clear about this, so he was not in a hurry to succeed. After all, this was a breakthrough of a large realm. If he was too impatient, the effect would be the opposite of what he wanted. In the following time, Yi Xian tried his best to calm down his state of mind. He concealed his spirit and qi, and kept neither sadness nor joy. From beginning to end, he watched all the changes happening and changing with a peaceful attitude of an outsider. Under his gaze, the purple star core source energy from the void around it continued to drift in, and the small dark purple star core was constantly growing. Time slowly passed by. 1 day. 3 days. On the 15th day, following a buzzing sound in Yi Xian's mind, the tiny star core that could no longer be seen had shockingly turned into a small purple meteor. Finally, it stopped rotating at a high speed. Its rotation speed decreased, and it reached the speed of a normal star. Then, the inheritance shadow that appeared in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness quickly began to blur, and finally disappeared completely. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian's eyes, which had been closed the whole time, suddenly opened, and a faint purple light flashed in them. There was no need for him to feel it carefully. Yi Xian had already felt a surge of powerful power surging in his body. After 15 days of closed-door cultivation, he finally leaped into the second realm of the starry sky state. Chapter 2756. Mysterious Bloodhorn. In just 15 days, Yi Xian made a breakthrough in his cultivation and successfully entered the second major realm of the starry sky level cultivation. All this made him extremely excited. However, Yi Xian did not end his closed-door training immediately. He had just entered the meteor realm, so what he needed to do the most now was not to feel and display the great power he had just obtained, but to continue stabilizing it. After calming down, Yi Xian quickly closed his eyes again and activated the pure power in his body. He operated it according to the cultivation method of the second major realm of the Dongxiu fragment, the meteor realm, and repeated it over and over again. 3 days later, Yi Xian had completely stabilized his cultivation at the first level of the meteor realm. Then, he began to condense the slave seals. Although he still had several level 9 slave seals in his hands, and the number of slave seals below level 9 varied, it took Yi Xian 8 whole days to condense 2 level 9 slave seals to level 11. After obtaining 2 level 11 slave seals, Yi Xian began to condense level 10 and level 9 slave seals. This process took another 6 or 7 days. In the end, when he had 2 level 11 and 2 level 10 slave seals, and even more level 9 and level 8 slave seals below level 10, Yi Xian finally opened his eyes and ended his closed-door training. Calculating the time, it had been a full 33 days since he entered the underground Weeping Soul Cave. There were only 17 days left before he had to leave for the Black Mosquito Star. With the end of his closed-door training, Yi Xian began to capture Weeping Soul beasts in the depths of the Weeping Soul Cave. His mental suppression was extraordinarily effective. Every time, he would only act when he encountered more than 1,000 Weeping Soul beasts. Before he knew it, another 7 days had passed. There were only 10 days left before they had to leave for the Black Mosquito Star. Yi Xian finally discovered that there were not many Weeping Soul beasts left in the huge underground Weeping Soul Cave. No matter how many Weeping Soul beasts there were, they could not withstand such a large-scale capture. At present, their numbers were almost exhausted. Even if they could gradually recover in the future, it would not be possible in a short time. Yi Xian immediately sent a signal to all the demon slaves to gather around him. Soon, 10-man demon slave squads returned one after another. Half a day later, all the demon slaves, including Li Mosquito, Naboshan, and Ba Chai, had returned. All the space pagodas in their hands were all handed to Yi Xian. When the final numbers were summed up, even Yi Xian was shocked. This time, there were actually more than 20 million Weeping Soul beasts entering his account. As a result, in addition to the previous harvest, the total number of Weeping Soul beasts in his hands now reached a terrifying 60 million. Although only 1,000 demon people were captured this time, they were all active in the core area of the underground Weeping Soul Cave. In addition, all the demon slaves were in groups of 10. They carried out an organized encirclement and annihilation. In addition, Li Mosquito, Naboshan, and Ba Chai, the 3 black hole realm powerhouses, assisted like sheep herding. Therefore, in a short 40 days, the harvest of 1,000 demons was only half of the previous 10,000 demon powerhouses. The difference in efficiency was like heaven and earth. With this great surprise, Yi Xian immediately kept all the space pagodas in his body. Then, he let Gue Haidao lead the entire 1,000-man demon slave squad to return to the Dongxiu shuttle that he had summoned with a wave of his hand. Just as he turned his head to look at Li Mosquito, Naboshan, and Ba Chai, wanting to signal them to enter the Dongxiu shuttle as well, he stored the Dongxiu shuttle back into his body and returned home. Li Mosquito suddenly stepped forward and reported, "Master, we found something in the deepest part of the underground Weeping Soul Cave, but we didn't dare to act on our own." "What's the situation?" Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately asked. "After circling this area for more than a month, we found a pattern," Li Mosquito nodded and quickly explained. "We discovered that although the Weeping Soul beasts in the Weeping Soul Cave seem to be wandering around casually, there's an area that they won't go to. Even if we use our mental power to chase them away, they won't go near that area. They'd rather be captured by us on the spot than to escape or move in that direction." The 3 of us went all the way in that direction and soon found a secret passage. It should lead to the deepest part of the underground Weeping Soul Cave. There was only one direction, and after walking for a long time, we did not see a fork in the road. At this point, Li Mosquito paused for a moment, then continued, "However, after walking for a while, we found a very strange mental pressure in front of us. It had to be at least the aura of a level 4 mental restriction, and a very large one at that. Otherwise, it would not be able to emit such a strong mental pressure. Therefore, we did not dare to act rashly. After hesitating for a while, we retreated. A large level 4 mental restriction? Yi Xian frowned and immediately became restless. Even a fool could immediately understand the meaning of a large restriction set up by a level 4 mental restriction that appeared in the deepest part of the underground Weeping Soul Cave. Other things aside, there was definitely something good in the restriction. And it was very likely to be related to the large number of Weeping Soul beasts outside the restriction. Since there was a treasure hunt, Yi Xian naturally would not let go of this opportunity. At that moment, he rushed to the deepest part of the underground Weeping Soul Cave with Li Mosquito, Naboshan, and Ba Chai. Soon, a small fork in the road appeared in a remote corner in front of them. It was hidden in the corner, and if one did not pay attention, one would not be able to find it. After entering the fork, a narrow path that was not very wide appeared under their feet. After the four of them walked for more than 10 kilometers, Yi Xian indeed caught the aura of an obscure level 4 mental restriction. Moreover, this aura began to become stronger as the four of them continued to move forward. After another few dozen kilometers, an irregular circular area about 10 meters square suddenly appeared in front of them. At the end of this area was the natural cave wall. Clearly, this was the end of the entire underground Weeping Soul Cave, and there was no way forward. At the center of this area of more than 100 square meters was a bluestone altar that exuded a simple and unadorned aura. The altar was hexagonal in shape and only had a diameter of about 10 meters. On the flat altar platform was a large blood-colored horn that was about 10 meters long. It was exactly the same as the small horn on the heads of all Weeping Soul beasts. However, this blood-colored horn was clearly not illusory, but a real thing. A thought immediately flashed through Yi Xian's mind. Could this horn be left behind by a certain Weeping Soul beast after its illusory body was refined? If that was the case, how terrifying would this Weeping Soul beast's body be? Chapter 2757. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Exploring the restriction node. Yi Xian could not help but think of a gigantic Weeping Soul beast as he stared at the blood-red horn in front of him. According to the ratio between a normal Weeping Soul beast and the small black horn that was obtained after this beast was refined, the owner of the blood-red horn on the altar was simply gigantic. Although it was not as gigantic as the giant star tortoise or the golden giant dragon of the human race's technology faction, which could destroy a star system with just a wave of its hand, its body was at least the size of a gigantic star. It was a gigantic Weeping Soul beast the size of a star. How terrifying was its power! Even so, this gigantic Weeping Soul beast's body was still refined by someone, leaving only a blood-red horn that was about 3 meters long here. In that case, how powerful would the existence that refined its body be? Forget it. There's obviously no answer to all of this. Perhaps this terrifying gigantic Weeping Soul beast was already killed countless years ago, so there's no need to dwell on these meaningless questions. After a moment of fascination, Yi Xian immediately shook his head and threw the thoughts in his mind to the back of his mind. Then, his gaze fell on the blood-red horn on the altar again. Although he did not know the function of the horn that was left behind after the Weeping Soul beast's body was refined, Yi Xian always had an intuition that this thing would definitely be of great use to him in the future. Therefore, he could not give up on this gigantic blood-red horn in front of him no matter what. He had to get his hands on it. However, the entire altar was enveloped by a layer of invisible mental power restriction, and the aura that it emitted clearly indicated that it was a level 4 mental power restriction. This meant that the entire altar was tricky and could not be easily broken. In order to break this mental power restriction that enveloped the entire altar, the power used had to be at least level 4 mental power. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter how powerful the power was. It was like using a wooden chisel to chisel iron. Even if the iron was only a small piece the size of a table, and the chisel was as big as a mountain, the result would be obvious. However, level 4 mental power did not necessarily mean that this formation could be broken. With Yi Xian's current strength, even if he extracted all the level 4 mental power in the mind source core in his sea of consciousness, he would not be able to construct such a gigantic level 4 mental power restriction. The level mental power restriction that the High Priest previously left in each of the star space towers was just a small part, so it could even erase his cultivation as long as his level 4 mental power restriction was level 4 mental power restriction. Was level of mental power. The reason for this was because the High Priest knew that there was no demon dweller powerhouse with level 4 mental power on planet Black Mountain. That was why he was so assured. However, this was not possible now. Even though Yi Xian's level 4 mental power was like a chisel made of iron, his chisel was too small. The level 4 mental power restriction that enveloped the entire altar was like a large door plank. One could imagine how difficult it would be for a chisel the size of a nail to chisel through a large metal door plank. Regardless of whether it was a mental power restriction or a divine sense restriction, the method to break this kind of restriction was basically the same. If the level of power needed to break the formation was high enough, the stupid method would be to grind it down bit by bit, but that would take a lot of time and effort. The other method was to find the node of the restriction, which was the eye of the formation. That was usually the weakest point. If one used all their strength to pierce through it, it was very likely that the entire restriction would be broken and the node would collapse. The entire restriction would no longer be able to function normally, which would be tantamount to self-destruction. However, the eye of this kind of restriction, which was the node, was basically a very weak point. Only a powerhouse who had a deep understanding of the restriction path could find it after analyzing it in a short period of time. Although Yi Xian had dabbled in formations and restrictions a long time ago, that was before the starry sky background. All of his experience and knowledge were no longer applicable after entering the starry sky background. Nevertheless, although he could not do it, he had 3 black hole realm powerhouses with him. Perhaps one of them had some understanding of starry sky restrictions. With that in mind, Yi Zhuan immediately looked at Li Mosquito, Naboshan, and Ba Chai and asked, "Have you studied mental power restrictions? Can you help me find the restriction node of this level 4 mental power restriction?" The 3 of them looked at each other. Then, Li Mosquito smiled bitterly. "With our attainments in mental power restrictions, it shouldn't be difficult to find the restriction node of this mental power restriction that's only 30 feet in radius, but, the problem is that our levels of mental power are not high enough." At this point, Li Mosquito shook her head and smiled bitterly. "It's a level 4 spiritual power that built this spiritual power restriction. We're all level 2 spiritual power. It's impossible to extend our spiritual power inside and explore the patterns of the restriction. Once level 2 spiritual power touches it, it'll be destroyed immediately. In other words, without level 4 mental power, we won't even have the chance to follow the patterns of the restriction." Yi Xian was disappointed when he heard this. He'd planned to have Li Mosquito, Ba Chai, and Ba Chai try, but to no avail. If it really didn't work, then he'd leave Black Mountain and release the Black Mosquito Bastion. Then he'd enter and bring Du Wenxuan here to try. After all, Du Wenxuan's knowledge of formations and restrictions was profound. But now, it seemed that this was even more impossible. At the very least, Li Mosquito, Naboshan, and Ba Chai had level 2 spiritual power, but Old Man Du was a proper human cultivator. He didn't even have the spiritual power of a devil cultivator, so how could he analyze the restriction patterns? It was no wonder that the other party had set up a level 4 spirit restriction and did not care about it here. It seemed to be incomparably at ease. Thinking about it, on a demon dweller planet like Black Mountain Star, where would they find a demon dweller expert with level 4 spirit strength? In the entire Black Mosquito tribe, only High Priest Griskel had level 4 mental power. If Grey Bone was here, then with his cultivation at the first level of the origin stage, he would probably be able to break through this level 4 mental forbid dance with brute force. But now, it was Yi Xian. Although he also possessed level 4 mental forbid dance, he could only use the power of finding the restriction node to break through it. Since Li Mosquito, Ba Chai, and Ba Chai couldn't do it, Yi Xian could only do it himself. With a sigh, he extended a small, invisible tentacle of his mental power toward the altar in front of him. Chapter 2758. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Obtaining the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn. The entire altar had a diameter of around 30 feet, which was 9 meters. As for the formless level 4 spirit restriction, it was an invisible bowl that covered the entire altar. The bowl had a diameter of 9 meters, so one could imagine how large the area around it was. The spiritual power circuits and runes on the level 4 spiritual restriction were as thin as strands of hair and densely packed together. Just by imagining such a scene in his mind, he would have a general understanding of the complexity of the entire level 4 mental restriction circuit and the runes. The strand of spiritual power that Yi Xian extended was also invisible and as thin as a strand of hair. Who knew how long it would take for it to travel around the surface of the spiritual restriction above the altar? Not to mention the time it would take to analyze and deduce. Therefore, he only roughly wandered around the circuits and runes on the surface of the restriction before immediately withdrawing the strand of invisible mental energy that he had extended out. He sank into vexed contemplation. According to O Yangming's estimation, it would take at least years to figure out where the nodes of this large-scale level, for mental power restriction were located. It was no wonder that the other party was so confident. Even though this small altar was standing here, it was extremely difficult to get the huge blood horn inside. Even with level 4 spiritual power, it would take at least a few years to analyze the restriction nodes. Of course, that was excluding Origin Realm level 4 spiritual power powerhouses like Huigulei. However, Yi Xian's intuition told him that such a huge Weeping Soul blood horn would be very useful in the future. If he could not get his hands on it, he would not be satisfied. One had to know that this kind of thing was not a mineral that could be obtained just because one wanted it. Such a large Weeping Soul blood horn might not be unique in the world, but it was probably impossible to find another one that was similar to it. Since trickery won't work, how about using brute force to break the restrictive spell? As he quickly calculated in his mind, Yi Xian quickly thought of the other two mental attack skills that he'd obtained with the Perfect Shock and the Absolute Shock. They were the Annihilation Spear and the Destruction Vortex. He had already used the latter. In an instant, he had extracted 99% of the mental energy from the mental source core in his sea of consciousness, turning it into a mental whirlpool. At that time, even Ba Chai, a Black Hole Realm 9th stage expert, had been delayed for a few seconds. The Annihilation Spear was different. The Annihilation Spear didn't absorb a large amount of mental power to form a mental vortex. Instead, it turned into a tiny dot that stabbed out like the tip of a spear. In this case, a large amount of mental power was extracted, but the attack was aimed at the smallest point. If the attack had hit the level for mental restriction on the altar, it might not have been able to withstand the attack and would have disintegrated immediately. However, Yi Xian wasn't sure if this method would work at all. From his point of view, be it the Annihilation Spear or the Perfect Shock, they were merely skills that utilized mental power. They weren't even secret techniques, so they shouldn't have such a powerful effect, right? If other demon powerhouses had heard this, they would have been angered to death on the spot. One had to know that even the holy sons and high priests of the 10 great demonic tribes only possessed 1 or 2 types of mental power skills. This included the other higher-ups of the demonic tribe, such as the great commanders of the 10 great demonic tribes, and the members of the royal family of the demonic emperor planet. Moreover, their mental power skills were basically inherited from the demonic Saint Forbidden Land. The opportunity to enter the demonic Saint Forbidden Land only came once every 100 years, and they wouldn't be able to obtain an inheritance every single time. Usually, they would only be lucky enough to obtain a mental power skill inheritance after 4 or 5 consecutive times. Among the demonic tribe, those who possessed mental power skills, secret techniques, and divine abilities were the higher-ups. Moreover, even the royal high priests, who possessed the most skills, secret techniques, and divine abilities, had only mastered a dozen or so types of skills and secret techniques. Most ordinary demonic tribe powerhouses could only use simple mental wind blades, mental attacks, mental shrouds, and the like when they used their mental power. On the other hand, although Yi Xian's annihilation spear was obtained when his spirit core broke through to the third level, and it wasn't a secret spiritual technique, but a spiritual skill. However, for an ordinary devil cultivator, it was definitely a spiritual technique that they yearned for even in their dreams. Even some holy sons and high priests might not possess it. Yi Xian didn't know much about this, so he wasn't very confident. However, no matter how unconfident he was, this seemed to be his last chance. Otherwise, he would have to wait until the matter on the demonic emperor planet was over before coming up with a solution. Who knew if there would be other unforeseen circumstances when the time came? At this thought, Yi Xian immediately gritted his teeth and decided to give it a try with the annihilation spear. If it didn't work, he would have to give it up for the time being. After making up his mind, he immediately recalled the way to use the mental power skill of the annihilation spear in his mind. Following that, he began to use the mental power in his sea of consciousness. Unknowingly, the mental power source core that was suspended in the air above his sea of consciousness started to rotate faster and faster along with the circulation of the mental power. In the end, a small mental beam formed by the extreme compression of a large amount of mental power source core shot out from his sea of consciousness. Like a dense and heavy strand of hair, it surged toward the formless level 4 mental restriction that shrouded the altar in front of him. Whoosh, the sound of a mirror shattering rang out, and the level 4 spirit restriction that enveloped the altar actually shattered. It was like a steel needle piercing through a thin layer of glass, and without any suspense, it shattered in the blink of an eye. Following the shattering, a large amount of pure level 4 negative karma energy began to disperse. A portion of it enveloped Yi Xian's body, making him feel as if he was bathed in a warm spring breeze. With luck in his heart, Yi Xian immediately leaped onto the altar. With a wave of his hand, he kept the 3-meter-long weeping soul blood horn into his undying world. Then, he sat cross-legged on the altar. After the restriction collapsed, a large amount of pure level 4 mental power source core appeared. It was useless for Li Mosquito, Nabashan, and Bachai to absorb it as they couldn't digest it. However, it was a great supplement for Yi Xian. Soon, as he closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation, rapidly operating the mental power source core in his sea of consciousness. The large amount of pure level 4 mental power that was dispersing around the altar seemed to be attracted by some invisible force and rapidly dispersed into Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Chapter 2759. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The throbbing of the Forbidden Land. The Devil Royal Star was the holy land in the hearts of countless devil dwellers. It was the only holy land. Not only because the royal family of the demonic dwellers lived here, but more importantly, it was said that the Forbidden Land of the demonic dwellers was located on the demonic Emperor Star. The Forbidden Land of the demonic Emperor Star was actually an independent parallel plane. It was not in the first universe where the demonic dwellers lived. However, in the depths of the Forbidden Land of the demonic Emperor Star, there was a miniature wormhole that led to the Forbidden Land of the demonic Emperor Star. Moreover, this miniature wormhole was very stable. Every demonic dweller could enter it once every 100 years, and they had to return within a year. Even if they did not return, they would be forced out by the rules of this space. However, this miniature wormhole was controlled by the royal family of the demonic dwellers. Therefore, ordinary demonic dwellers were not qualified to enter at all. At this moment, Yi Xian was in the depths of the weeping soul cave of the distant Black Mountain Star. He used the spiritual skill of the annihilation spear to break the level 4 spiritual restriction. Then, he waved his hand and kept the huge weeping soul bloody horn in his undying world. The entrance of the Forbidden Land of the demonic Emperor Star suddenly shook without warning. From the depths of the Forbidden Land of the demonic Emperor Star, there seemed to be an extremely mournful howl faintly coming from the other end of the wormhole. Two royal demonic dwellers who were sitting cross-legged on the left and right of the entrance of the wormhole opened their eyes at the same time. They were both at the late 7th level of the origin realm. At this moment, they opened their eyes at the same time and cried out softly. Their eyes flashed with uncertainty. What a strange mournful howl. Even the entire forbidden land of the demonic Emperor Star trembled for a moment. What is that? Calculating the time, the Crown Prince has been in the Forbidden Land for half a year. Could it be that he met with an accident inside? This matter must be reported to the demonic Emperor immediately. As they spoke, one of the two royal demonic dwellers immediately shook his shoulder and disappeared in an instant. Black Mountain Star. The depths of the Weeping Soul Cave. Yi Xian was still sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed on the empty altar after he took away the Weeping Soul blood horn. Presently, there were only 7 days left before he would head to the Black Mosquito Star. In other words, after he obtained the Weeping Soul blood horn that was around 3 meters in size, he had already meditated on the altar for an entire 3 days. It took him less than 2 hours to collect the pure level, for mental energy that had dispersed due to the collapse of the level, for mental energy restriction on the altar. In the following period of time, he used up all the Weeping Soul beasts he had absorbed. At this moment, a small spatial pagoda that contained 1,000,000 Weeping Soul beasts floated in front of him. In the past 3 days, whenever one Weeping Soul beast that Yi Xian had enveloped with his mind energy and rapidly absorbed the mind origin energy disappeared, a second Weeping Soul beast would immediately be sucked out of the small spatial pagoda and continue to be absorbed. At first, because Yi Xian was unfamiliar with the process, he took one Weeping Soul beast at a time. Later on, it was a few dozen, until the last 100. Now, this process of sucking out 100 Weeping Soul beasts at once and absorbing the mind origin energy that formed their forms had been going on for 2 whole days. The ground around the altar was densely covered with a thick layer of small black horns the size of a thumb. Each small horn represented a Weeping Soul beast that had been completely absorbed by Yi Xian. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of these small black horns around the altar. However, Yi Xian continued with his eyes closed. Only the small spatial pagoda floated in front of him. At the same time, a level, for mental energy extended from his sea of consciousness and enveloped the 100 Weeping Soul beasts that had long since lost their forms. During these 3 days, Li Mosquito, Naboshan, and Bachai did not leave either. In fact, the 3 of them had been doing the same thing as Yi Xian for the past 3 days. Yi Xian gave each of them a small spatial pagoda, including Gui Hai Dao. Each small spatial pagoda contained 100,000 Weeping Soul beasts. In any case, he already had more than 60 million Weeping Soul beasts. It was only a few 100,000, so it really did not matter. The reason for this was that Yi Xian had taught them the method of directly using mental energy to refine Weeping Soul beasts. However, without the help of the Devouring system, although they could successfully absorb the mind origin energy in the Weeping Soul beasts' forms after learning Yi Xian's method, the efficiency was much, much lower. After 3 days, Yi Xian had already absorbed tens of thousands of Weeping Soul beasts, but the ground in front of the 3 of them was only littered with a few dozen small black horns the size of a thumb. After all, Yi Xian could absorb 100 Weeping Soul beasts at a time, while the 3 of them could only absorb 1 Weeping Soul beast at a time. Furthermore, their absorption speed was not as fast as Yi Xian's. The reason Yi Xian had done this was because he wanted to see if he could transform his mind source core before heading to the Black Mosquito Star. If he succeeded, his mind source core would reach level 5 in one fell swoop. Even the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest, Hue Gulei, only had a level 4 mind source core, which was the highest level in the entire Black Mosquito tribe. Although Yi Xian had a level 4 mind source core as well, the amount of level 4 mind source core stored in it was too little. His source core was only the size of a soybean. Although High Priest Hue Gulei also had a level 4 mind source core, Yi Xian simply couldn't be certain that his mind power would not be probed by his opponent using some sort of secret mind technique. Ordinary demons naturally didn't have this ability, but Huigu Lei was a high priest of a demon tribe who could enter the sacred devil-forbidden area once every 100 years. Thus, it wasn't impossible for him to use his mind power to perform a soul-searching on a demon powerhouse. If this was really the case, then many of Yi Xian's secrets would be exposed to his opponent's probing. Plus, as long as he appeared and Huigu Lei really had this sort of secret mind technique, he would definitely use it on Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian had just broken through to the second level of the meteor grades, yet he already possessed a level 4 mind source core. It would be hard for such a monstrous talent not to attract attention. Plus, the unforeseen situation on the Black Mountain Star would make Huigu Lei suspicious, even if he was a fool. Because of this, when Yi Xian had obtained the Weeping Soul Blood Horn, he had decided to take out a large number of Weeping Soul beasts to see if he could transform his mind source core once again. As long as he succeeded, his mind source core would reach level 5 and surpass Huigu Lei's. Then, even if his opponent had this sort of secret mind probing technique, it would be ineffective against Yi Xian. Chapter 2760. Extreme joy begets sorrow. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, another 2 days had passed. There were only 5 days left before they had to leave for the Black Mosquito Star. As the time was approaching, Li Mosquito, Naboshan, and Bachai had already stopped collecting the Weeping Soul beasts and were waiting anxiously. On the ground around the altar where Yi Xian was sitting cross-legged, there was a thick pile of small black horns. At a glance, there were already close to 100,000 of them, but he still had no intention of stopping. Currently, there were still 100 Weeping Soul beasts floating in front of him, wrapped in his spiritual power. They had long lost their physical forms and were about to be completely collected. If this continued, the last 5 days would simply pass in the blink of an eye. At that time, they would most likely delay the important matter of going to the Black Mosquito Star. After all, it would take a day to return to Black Mountain City from the depths of the Weeping Soul Cave. Looking at each other, Li Mosquito, Naboshan, and Bachai immediately made a decision. At most, they would wait 4 days. If Yi Xian still did not end his closed-door cultivation after 4 days, they could only try to cautiously remind him. At this moment, Yi Xian's entire mind was completely immersed in his knowledge sea. In the past 5 days, as one Weeping Soul beast after another was refined by the Devouring system, it absorbed a large amount of spiritual origin energy and poured it into his sea of consciousness. At the same time that it continued to nourish his sea of consciousness, it was like a trickle that flowed into the spiritual origin that floated above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. His consciousness had almost always been in a floating and intoxicated state. To use a very vulgar phrase to describe it, it felt so good that it was bubbling. As mentioned before, absorbing the spiritual origin of the Weeping Soul beasts was different from decomposing and extracting the spiritual origin from the demon's brain nuclei. Generally speaking, the demon's brain nuclei that Yi Xian threw to the Devouring system to decompose and extract the spiritual origin energy were basically a sea of them. After this sea of spiritual origin energy was completely decomposed and extracted, once Yi Xian gave the command to extract it, the Devouring system would often pour it all into his knowledge sea in an instant. It was as if a flood dam had collapsed. The huge impact at that moment was simply indescribable. Perhaps the Devouring system was doing this on purpose because this kind of bold and decisive method was obviously the most obvious and effective way to expand the sea of consciousness and temper its strength. Unlike that kind of pain, the Devouring system did not cut off the spiritual origin energy that he had absorbed from the Weeping Soul beast. After accumulating a certain amount, he handed it over to Yi Xian and allowed it to rush into his knowledge sea. Instead, it was done in real time. Whatever amount of spiritual origin energy he had absorbed from the Weeping Soul beast was immediately transferred into his knowledge sea. Therefore, even if he absorbed 100 of them at a time, the amount was not large. However, the advantage was that it could last for a long time. Not only was it gentle, this gentleness was endless. In comparison, the method of absorbing the spiritual origin from the demon's brain was like drinking strong alcohol that burned the throat. It was satisfying, but it would more or less cause some damage to the throat. But using the weeping soul beast's method of absorbing spirit source was like drinking a bowl of mildly warm millet. That kind of soft and comfortable feeling was fascinating. For 5 whole days, Yi Xian was immersed in this feeling. His entire body was so comfortable that he felt like he was floating in the air. The hidden injuries that he had suffered from using the demon's brain to absorb the spiritual origin had all been healed a long time ago. In fact, some of them had even been healed. In short, his knowledge sea was now completely free of all the minor hidden injuries. It couldn't be any more healthy. After 5 whole days of absorbing nearly 100,000 weeping soul beasts, the spiritual origin core that had been suspended above his knowledge sea had grown from the size of a soybean to the size of a pinky finger. Although it was still unremarkable, it was about twice as big as before. Even though the quantitative change was already so obvious, the qualitative change that Yi Xian had been hoping for still hadn't appeared. Another half a day passed. When the number of weeping soul beasts that Yi Xian had absorbed reached the 110,000 mark, he was finally completely disappointed. 110,000 weeping soul beasts had all turned into the purest spiritual origin power that had been absorbed by him. The spiritual origin core suspended above his knowledge sea had already shrunk from the size of a soybean to the size of 2 grains. However, the 4th source core transformation that he had been anticipating still hadn't happened. It seemed like he was really getting a little impatient. After all, his spiritual origin core had just undergone its 3rd transformation and become a grade 4 source core not too long ago. Indeed, compared to the average demon powerhouse, the probability of his source core transforming was much, much higher. However, it wasn't to the extent that he could transform whenever he wanted. If that was the case, would it still be a spiritual origin core? As soon as he thought about this, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He had indeed been a little possessed. However, the past 5 days hadn't been in vain. After absorbing the spiritual origin power of 110,000 weeping soul beasts, the spiritual origin core in Yi Xian's knowledge sea had doubled in size. This meant that the total amount of his grade 4 mind power had doubled. Although this doubling of his mind power wouldn't be reflected in his cultivation base breakthrough, as he mainly cultivated the Dongshu cultivation method. If he wanted to break through his cultivation base, he would need to break through his Dongshu cultivation method. However, just because he hadn't broken through his cultivation base didn't mean that his combat strength hadn't increased. His total amount of grade 4 mind power had doubled. Even though Yi Xian was still at the 1st stage meteor stage, his current combat strength was definitely much greater than it had been 5 days ago. This wasn't a bad thing, as this was a cheat. Although his actual combat strength had increased, his cultivation base hadn't changed at all. He hadn't changed at all, not hidden it. No matter whether it was the human race or the demon race, he reckoned that no one else would be able to do such a thing. Just as Yi Xian sighed in his heart and was about to leave, the dark purple spirit core that was the size of a fingernail that was suspended above his sea of consciousness suddenly changed. Boom! A thunderous explosion was heard, shaking Yi Xian's entire knowledge sea. His consciousness, which had been caught off guard, was nearly shaken by this loud explosion. After recovering from his shock with great difficulty, Yi Xian once again looked towards the spirit core above his sea of consciousness. The scene that entered his eyes instantly caused him to be completely dumbfounded. His entire body felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave. It was gone. This was simply a case of extreme joy turning to sorrow. The dark purple spiritual origin core, which had been the size of a fingernail, was actually completely gone. It seemed as if it had been completely destroyed by the explosion. However, in the air above his knowledge sea, there were now wisps of dark purple mist, which seemed to be a cross between a gas and a solid substance, exuding a mysterious aura. As he was extremely shocked, Yi Xian immediately opened his eyes. He was worried that what he had just seen in his knowledge sea had been an illusion. Chapter 2761. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio destroyed and rebuilt when Yi Xian's consciousness entered his sea of consciousness again. The scene that unfolded before his eyes was exactly the same as what he had seen when his consciousness had retreated in shock. Everything in his sea of consciousness was still the same as before, except for the fingernail-sized dark purple spirit source core that had been suspended in the air above his sea of consciousness. Instead, there was a dark purple substance that was somewhere between a gas and a solid, yet it wasn't quite the same as a liquid. It looked like jelly in a different form as it floated in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, swaying faintly. Yi Xian's heart sank when he saw this. A demon core was as important to a demon as the primordial spirit of a human powerhouse. If the primordial spirit was gone, how could one still live? Of course, the reason Yi Xian was fine after his demon core had been destroyed was because he wasn't a demon. However, this didn't mean that he was fine. Without a demon core, how could he survive in the demon world? It was like a bright star suddenly appearing in the night sky. It was simply too eye-catching. As soon as it appeared, countless demon powerhouses would flock over in an instant. Cold sweat broke out on Yi Xian's back. Something big had happened. Without the demon core, he would definitely die in the demon-kin star field. With this kind of fear, Yi Xian tried to circulate the mental energy in his sea of consciousness. In the end, he actually sent out a mental wind blade with a thought, cutting a small hole in the wall of the underground cave. His demon core had been destroyed, but his mind power hadn't been affected in the slightest. This result caused Yi Xian to be completely stunned. His heart, which had almost reached his throat, finally calmed down. It was good that he still had his mind power. At the very least, he wouldn't be mistaken for a human spy. After all, the demonic people would only determine if a person was a human spy based on whether or not they had any mind power. They wouldn't cut open a person's brain to see whether or not there was a mind power source core inside. Out of caution, Yi Xian then performed all the mental power skills and secret techniques he had mastered, including perfect shock, absolute shock, and so on. Of course, the destructive vortex was out of the question as it consumed too much of his mental power. Once he used it, all his mental power would be drained. That was not something a human could do. The result was the same as usual. Although the mind source core in his mind had disappeared, he was able to use all his mind power without being affected. In other words, he no longer had to worry about exposing his identity. Even so, his spirit core had turned into a dark purple jelly of varying sizes that floated in his sea of consciousness. This kind of strange situation still caused Yi Xian's heart to become extremely uneasy. Actually, a solid source core was more reassuring and reliable. Thousands of jelly-like chunks of mind origin source made Luo Yunyang feel nervous and on edge. As he felt apprehensive, Yi Xian had no choice but to ask for help from the devouring system. He immediately ordered the system to appraise the jelly in his knowledge sea. Soon, the system beeped in his mind. The appraisal results were out. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The fourth transformation of the mind source core is in progress. Destruction followed by establishment. A grade 5 source core is being condensed. What? He actually congratulated him? Destruction followed by establishment? The fourth transformation of the source core is in progress? A grade 5 source core is being condensed? The pleasant surprise came so quickly that Yi Xian was completely dumbfounded when he heard the system beep in his mind. He had originally given up helplessly, but he had never expected that the fourth transformation of the mind source core would come so late at the last minute. Although this method was a little frightening and the process didn't seem like it could be completed in one day, the thousands of jelly chunks of various sizes in his knowledge sea would probably continue for some time. However, this didn't matter. At the very least, the system's beep was congratulatory, which explained the problem. Even though Yi Xian's mind source core wasn't a true grade 5 source core and was still in the process of being condensed, it was still a quasi-grade 5 source core. The Black Mosquito tribe's high priest, Wuxia, only had level 4 mind power. Even if he used a secret mind technique similar to a soul-searching technique, it would still be impossible for him to investigate Luo Yunyang's mind source core and find any suspicious points. Although there had been some twists and turns in the process, Yi Xian had still achieved his goal in the end. This was a blessing in disguise. When he considered that the process of condensing a grade 5 source core might take some time, Yi Xian didn't continue to waste time on this. His consciousness was still in his knowledge sea anyway, so all he could do was watch. He simply couldn't do anything. Under such circumstances, his consciousness immediately withdrew from the sea of consciousness and opened his eyes. When he got up and looked down, he saw a thick layer of small black horns piled up all around the altar. Every one of them was the size of a thumb, but they were densely packed together in a large pile. If one had a phobia of fear, one's scalp would probably go numb. Yi Xian froze for a moment before he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He hadn't expected that he would unknowingly use up so many weeping soul beasts this time. With a wave of his hand, he took out the small space box containing the small black horns. Then, he put away all the small black horns on the ground around the altar. After some calculations, he realized that he had used up exactly 110,000 weeping soul beasts this time. 110,000 weeping soul beasts had only allowed his mind source core to transform from grade 4 to grade 5. Compared to the previous consumption, this was a huge increase. It seemed like the next time he wanted to transform his mind source core from grade 5 to grade 6, he would need to consume millions of weeping soul beasts. Fortunately, he had more than 60 million weeping soul beasts in his possession. This would be enough for him to upgrade his mind source core from grade 6 to grade 7. If he included the demonic brain cores that he obtained from killing demonic powerhouses in the future, Yi Xian's mind source core would be able to transform from grade 7 to grade 8. When he thought about that day, he got excited. Even the current demon emperor of the demonic race only had a grade 7 mind source core. If his mind source core could be upgraded to grade 8 one day, then the amount of mind source power stored within it would be enough to suppress the demon emperor with a secret mind suppression technique. Besides, as his mind source core transformed a few more times, he would obtain even more powerful mind secret techniques and mystic abilities. When he thought about that day, Yi Xian got really excited. After putting away the small space box containing the large number of small black horns, Yi Xian suddenly remembered the problem of time. When he did some calculations, he realized that there were only 4 days left before he had to head to the Black Mosquito Star. Cold sweat started to form on his forehead. He had nearly messed up something big. Chapter 2762. Black Mosquito Star. After disappearing for more than a month, the Black Mountain City had almost forgotten about Yi Xian's existence. When he left, he announced that he was going to make a breakthrough in seclusion. In order to cover for him, the head leader Xianxia had sent 2 teams of 20 demon dwellers to guard the small courtyard for more than a month. At this moment, Yi Xian had returned to the small courtyard in a state of perfect oscillation without alerting anyone. Therefore, when he opened the courtyard door and walked out, everything was perfectly concealed. No one knew that he had gone to the underground Weeping Soul Cave again this month. Not only had he captured most of the Weeping Soul beasts, even the Weeping Soul blood horn on the altar in the deepest part of the Weeping Soul Cave had fallen into Yi Xian's hands. Seeing Yi Xian appear, and his cultivation obviously breaking through, jumping from the 9th level of the Star Core realm to the 1st level of the Meteor realm, the 2 teams of 20 demon dwellers guarding the door all cupped their hands and congratulated him. However, the expressions on their faces were clearly a little strange. This group of people had all believed that Yi Xian had an ambiguous relationship with the head leader of Black Mountain Star, Xianxia. In fact, this matter had already spread out. Not only on Black Mountain Star, but all the 10 demon dwellers planets of the Black Mosquito tribe had heard the news. Yi Xian still didn't know about this and was still kept in the dark. Otherwise, he would have gone crazy on the spot, after leaving the small courtyard, Yi Xian went straight to the head leader's mansion on Black Mountain Star. Along the way, the demon dwellers experts he met all pointed at him behind his back. This made Yi Xian feel quite depressed, but there was nothing he could do. When the guards in front of the head leader's mansion saw him coming, they immediately turned around and entered the courtyard in a panic. After a while, head leader Xianxia came out to greet him with a face full of smiles. Behind him, Xiongda was gritting his teeth. However, considering that Yi Xian was about to leave Black Mountain Star, although Xiongda's face was full of hatred, this time, he restrained himself and did not explode verbally. After being led by Xianxia into the conference hall, Yi Xian took a seat in the guest's seat and then asked about the itinerary to the Black Mosquito Star. Xiongda had originally followed them in, but after hearing a few words and seeing that the two were only talking about business and were not whispering sweet nothings to each other, he also seemed to feel bored. After a short while, he got up and left. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian immediately lowered his voice and asked Xianxia about the search for He Naxing's spy. Of course, it was mainly about the actions of the high priest. "Sai, we still haven't found the Black Naxing's spy. Master, according to my calculations, they should have already left." Yi Xian naturally could not reveal everything to Xianxia about him robbing the space pagoda and killing the high priest's trusted aide midway. Therefore, as Yi Xian's demon slave, he did not know about this matter. At this moment, he sighed and continued, "The people sent by the high priest have all withdrawn a few days ago. After all, the trip to the Demon Emperor Star is imminent. At that time, the high priest will lead the team, so this matter can only be put aside for the time being. Well, during the time I'm away, you just do as usual. If there are any other abnormalities, remember them for the time being and report to me when I return." After confirming that the high priest had not found anything, Yi Xian was relieved. Finally, he asked about the specific time to go to the Black Mosquito Star. The Black Mosquito Star is a long journey. After leaving the Black Mountain Star, it will take about 2 days. If there's nothing else, we can actually set off now to avoid any delays along the way. If that happens, we will miss the deadline. Xianxia nodded and paused for a moment before continuing, "If Master is willing, I can send a company of 100 demon scouts to escort you. They should be able to reach the Black Mosquito Star within 2 days. There's no need for an escort. Since there's nothing else, I'll set off immediately." When Yi Xian's personal communication system connected to the Black Mountain Star's network, he had already downloaded a copy of the Black Mosquito Tribe's star domain. He already knew the location of the Black Mosquito Star, so he did not need a guide. As such, Yi Xian immediately left the Black Mountain Star's leader's residence. He soared into the air and rushed out of the star's atmosphere. The Black Mosquito Star was the main star of the Black Mosquito Tribe. It was also the largest of the 10 demon stars of the Black Mosquito Tribe. This could be seen from the fact that the Black Mosquito Tribe was named Black Mosquito instead of Black Mountain. The reason why the Black Mosquito Star was named Black Mosquito Star was because there was a satellite orbiting around it. That satellite was a devil beast star called the Mosquito Star. It was precisely because of the Mosquito Star that the Black Mosquito Star was named Black Mosquito. The Mosquito Star was the home of the Li Mosquito. It had been captured from the Mosquito Star by the Black Mosquito Tribe's Grand Commander, Third Order Origin Realms Wufengtai. Later, it was thrown into the Black Mosquito Star Bastion as a guardian beast. The leader of the Black Mosquito Star Bastion was the Grand Commander of the Black Mosquito Tribe. He had 100,000 demon scouts under his command, and more than 1,000,000 demon soldiers under his command. As for the High Priest, Huigyul, his position on the Black Mosquito Star Bastion was transcendent. Though he didn't involve himself in the affairs of the tribe and only sat in the sacred magic hall of the Black Mosquito Tribe's temple, even Grand Commanders Wufengtai, who was a Third Order Origin expert, had to obey his orders. Unlike the Black Mosquito Star, the satellite that orbited the Black Mosquito Star was the Mosquito Beast Star. Its atmosphere was filled with countless black mosquito magical beasts. However, these black mosquito magical beasts were basically existences that had yet to develop intelligence. Only an extremely small number of black mosquito magical beasts with powerful cultivation had developed intelligence. Therefore, the entire mosquito beast star did not have the slightest order. It was completely an undeveloped, barbaric planet. Outside the atmosphere of the mosquito beast star, there were several demon scout teams from the black mosquito star patrolling all year round. Once they discovered some black mosquito demon beasts that had developed intelligence and rushed out of the planet's atmosphere and tried to escape, they would immediately capture them. On the black mosquito star bastion, almost every demon with any status had a mosquito beast as a means of transportation. Of course, some of these beasts had developed sentience, while others hadn't. They were simply captured, tamed, and used as a means of transportation. It was for this reason that the sentient black mosquito beasts on the Mosquito Star Bastion held a towering hatred for the demons of the Black Mosquito Star Bastion, and perhaps even all demons.